You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. Sunday night at 11 p.m., May 29th, 2022. We're back to our normal overhead audio. Let me know if the audio and video is okay. Let's check in with the chat here. Anna and Jonathan are both here. It looks like we've got a couple more viewers according to YouTube. So, yeah, I used to run a bunch of 10Ks fairly frequently. It's been a while since I have, although we did go out this morning and get some sun, so I got a little bit burnt. Okay, let's talk about what we're doing today. You can see we are going to play through the first of 3 cases in this box called Mortum Medieval Detective. This is a game designed by Sergei Minovich. I don't know the origin, although I suspect possibly Russian game. And this is a weird game that seems to have flown under the radar. If you go on the Board Game Geek section for the game, there's a playtester report from 2020 saying they really enjoyed the game. And then very little else until this year. And although some scattered little reports from board game conventions, Essen and Spiel, but doesn't seem to be available yet. This copy I ordered directly from Arcane Wonders. That's at least the distributor in the United States, and that's where you can get it, and it was $50. I know very little about it. Jonathan Warner suggested that we might be interested in playing it a few weeks ago or a month ago, and so we're going to try it. It's a deductive detective type game in scenarios that I gather are not really replayable. This base game has 3 scenarios. It's all card driven. We'll open up the box and look at it. But I really don't know what to expect. I'm getting a little bit of a Seventh Continent vibe from the cards, from just looking at quick glimpses of the cards. But so last week, we finished playing Razorhurst. We spent 3 days playing Razorhurst. It was this giant epic experience. You can watch the videos on it. And I thought, all right, I need a little bit of a break. So I posted on the thread that we used to discuss what games we're playing, which you can find a link to in the YouTube community tab if you want to help us decide what to play. So I posted a note there last week. I said, I'm not really a fan of unboxings, but I need to sort of wind down. So here's what I'll do. I'll open up the box and we'll just sit for an hour and read through the rules and discuss them. Kind of like I thought, oh, I'll do something clever. Not clever, but I'll do something that's sort of relaxing. I'll read the rules and talk about them live on YouTube. And I happen to love reading rule books. People who don't like rule books, I don't know, whatever. I'd be just as happy sitting down in a board game store reading the rules for a game as playing it. So I post this. I'm like, tomorrow I'll be reading through the rules on the channel and talking and just chatting for an hour or two. Sometimes it can take you a long time to read the rules. And I was all excited about this idea, sort of unboxing, rule reading, new idea, hybrid. And Jonathan posted a reply and said, you might want to reconsider that, because the whole selling point of this game is that there's no rule book. And indeed, I opened it up and there is no rule book. So let's take a look at this here. Maybe shall we look at the back? I'm not a fan of unboxing. I mean, let me change that. I completely get why it's enjoyable to watch an unboxing. Because anytime you're interested in something, whatever gadget it is or game, you just want to sit with it. You want to watch people touch it, read it, look at it. So, and you know, board games are a bit like toys in that sense. There's something enjoyable just playing with it. So let's just look at the back. and acquaint ourselves with the selling points of this game. Almost all cards, 338 cards, 64 tokens, and a welcome sheet, so no rule book. It's advertised 14 plus, 100 to 180 minutes. My rule of thumb for how long it'll take us to play a game on YouTube is about multiplied by 3. So this could be 9 hours, up to 9 hours, 300 minutes to 900. Sorry, not 900 hours, 9 hours could be. 1 to 6 players. Okay. And you can see most of it is card driven. You can see 3 scenarios connected, 3 scenarios linked by a single plot. So they're not standalone, they're connected and we play them all. You can see this is where I got this sort of 7th continent vibe. It looks like the cards form a map of some sort. And there are some resource tokens. Okay, so let's open up. Let's see what we've got here. So as I was saying, I understand why they're unboxings and why people might want to watch them. It's just a little weird when there's like 4 unboxings or 40 unboxings for a game on YouTube. It's like, do you really need that many unboxings? They look the same. Okay, so you can see there's nothing in this box but these 3 smaller boxes. Although they're quite large boxes of cards, and that's what we're playing. So we're playing today the Informant. And we're just going to open it up here. And it's got a stack of cards that represents the scenario. And then, are these just blank note cards? I don't know. They kind of look like they're just for writing on. Of course, we won't be writing on them, but that's a little weird. I don't know if all the boxes are like that. No, the other boxes look like they don't come with this. So this might be the note cards you get for all the packs. And they're all the same. They're just cards. Okay, let's take a look. Let's put this aside. Let's take a look at what this says. Anything else in the chat before we continue here? I've zoomed out the top camera a bit wider than normal. So hopefully, I have a feeling this is going to be a bit of a table hog, this game. So the wide view gives us a bigger picture of the table. Oh, what you didn't see in the box are the tokens. I already punched them out and separated them into some trays here. So these are the different tokens that are available. There's coins. There's, looks like blood, weapon, coin, lock. And then there's 2 hands. There's a hand with an eye, and then a closed fist. And then there's a bunch of those, and then there's one little time tracking thing. So I just separated those based on color. Color and style, and we'll figure out what to do with those later. And the game does say to use some notes. All right, let's look at this FAQ and introduction. Dear friends, thank you for buying this game. Before you open the first chapter box and begin your adventure, here are some tips that'll hopefully make your game more engaging. Play in a quiet place with no distractions to help you build an atmosphere. If you're pressed for time, set the game aside and pick it up later, as the investigation mechanics work best when you can take your time and methodically examine the information looking for clues to the mysteries. Your playing area is going to be rather large, so make as much space on the table as you can. That's one of the reasons why we should say for a second here, I don't know how well this is going to go over YouTube. Certain games are good to play remotely online. You're focused in a small area. Other games, you need the whole table. Like it's hard to imagine playing micro, macro, where you have to look in closely at all areas of the table. So feel free to dip out of this video, Anna or Jonathan as well. Like if this is not the normal kind of game we play, if this is not doing it for you, I'm okay playing alone. So don't feel like you have any obligation to be here. Okay, when you reveal cards that don't have any new actions on them, set them aside after reading them so they don't take up extra space. Players take turns, starting with the first player going clockwise. When it's your turn, choose a lead to follow by either taking an action on a revealed location card or taking a special action with one of your group's characters. Then follow the written instructions and see where it takes you. Other players may offer their advice, but the decision is yours. Okay, well, there's only one of us. Last but not least, keep a pencil and a few sheets of paper ready. You'll want to write down key information to keep track of names and events. We've got our notebook. Now open the first scenario and read the first card in the deck. The game will guide you from there. So that's one of the hooks here is you don't need a rule book. The game's going to teach us. But let us first take a look at this FAQ. Is it possible to perform several actions at the same time? Search and surveillance actions can take, we'll probably have to come back to this as we encounter them, but okay, it's going to say search and surveillance taken at the same time. If you have different face-up characters, take them. However, you can't raid if any of your characters are face down. These are going to be clarifications of rules that are going to be explained to us, so maybe we can skip them till we need them. Yes, okay. So you can see it does have a little feel of Seventh Continent. If you haven't, if you don't know as that much about Seventh Continent, we did a long playthrough on the channel, Greg and I, like maybe 13 hours, I'm thinking, over multiple sessions, maybe longer, and a long review of Seventh Continent, a sort of deep dive review where we talk about books and movies. Seventh Continent is a very special game, quite extraordinary. And there's a sequel that's been kickstarted, Seventh Citadel. I don't know. I don't remember how much longer. I did back it. I don't remember how much longer till it delivers, maybe another year or so. But that's a French design game and really quite special. And has thousands of cards. So a bit more ambitious. But the idea of a detective game set with that kind of system is quite appealing to me. All right, let's check in with the chat and see how everyone is doing. Anyone up to anything interesting this weekend? John says, one thing I recall from some of the ratings comments was someone saying that the characters you pick to play affect your abilities, but I'm not sure how will this work out. If the characters we choose from have jobs, we should pay attention to them, I believe. Okay. So this is a good time. Anna says, I did play Seventh Continent. At first there were 3 of us, but after a while it was just me, but I persevered. I still have quite a bit more to play of Seventh Continent. I'd like to go back to it, but Seventh Continent can absolutely be played solo. But for me, some of the decisions in Seventh Continent are very... So these are just blank cards. There's not much to do with these, but we're not going to write on them. So just cards to write on. All right, we'll just put these aside. I'm not much of a solo gamer, and when I get to decisions that are like agonizing, like pandemic style decisions, like should we go here, should we go here, it's hard for me to play those alone without someone to share the burden of making a mistake. And also, Seventh Continent has lots of little micro management optimization puzzles where you're trying to balance how much food you have to survive 5 more turns, whatever. Greg happens to be very good at that, and I'm not as good at that. So, so I'm not sure if Seventh Continent is a game I would play solo, but I did really like it, and I love the epic length of it. All right. Well, Jonathan, and how are you doing? Anything else we need to talk about before we get started here? There was another scenario created for Mortum, and I don't think it's for sale yet, but it was called The Shelter. There's a post on the Board Game Geek forum section for Mortum discussing it. But I don't think you can buy it yet. I don't know when it's going to come out. Anything else to catch up on before we get started here? So, if you keep your eye on the channel, in the next couple of days, I'll be posting a video demonstrating my little espresso scale electronics project. If you'll remember, I showed it on the channel a month or so ago when it was just parts. I've basically finished it, and I'd show it to you now, but it's in the kitchen and it's delicate. It's very fragile. So I don't want to bring it in, but I'll make a separate video. I'll bring the camera over to the kitchen. I'll make a separate video discussing it there, but keep your eye open for that. And I think I still want to try to make a standalone video review of Razorhurst. If you watched our Razorhurst playthrough last week, which Anna and Jonathan joined for, John Keane, the author of Razorhurst, amazing experience, just posted update to the rules, update to the case, made some non-trivial, little small but non-trivial changes to the game based on the feedback that the three of us had on the game and some ideas, and he put us in the credits, which was very nice of him. But if you play Razorhurst now, there's some tweaks. So there's that, there's Razorhurst, there's that, and we have to decide what to play next. So if you have some thoughts on that, you can join us on the Board Game Geek section for the Co-op for Two Guild, the Game Queue thread, and help us decide. Otherwise, let's start reading. I made the top-down main camera wider, but the close-up camera tighter so you could see these cards. Okay, read this before proceeding. The game before you is an investigative adventure. You don't need to study any rules in advance. Just read the cards carefully and follow their instructions. Starting with this one. This game offers you a chance to become members of a clandestine organization in a fantasy world called Mortum, where medieval technology meets magical powers and occult knowledge. Okay, so a little bit of sci-fi, not super realistic stuff going on here. The game consists of revealing numbered cards from different decks and performing specific character-based actions. More about those later. You will need to conduct a series of investigations to answer certain questions at the end of each scenario. So we're going to be quizzed on questions at the end of the scenario. To answer certain questions at the end of each scenario. Your overall success depends on how many you answer correctly. The time you have to investigate is limited, however, so you won't be able to visit every location, and you may have to make deductions based on the information you've acquired by the scenario. Each time you reveal a new card, read it fully and follow any immediate instructions it gives you. Then place it in the play area in front of you. Each card you reveal remains in play until you are instructed to remove it from play. Players may examine any card in play at any time. This is important. Reveal and flip cards only when instructed to do so by other cards in play. Now proceed to the game setup by flipping this card. Okay, before I do that, let me just remind you of how I've decided we play games on this channel in cooperation with the chat. Because there's a delay in YouTube when it's hard for me to sort of ask a question, wait for a reply. Like, it's hard for us to have an actual conversation back and forth. So in general, I'll play these games. I'll just make decisions and play them. And if there's a point where I don't know what to do, I might ask the question, but you guys should feel free to just chat amongst yourselves and you make suggestions, and occasionally I'll look up in the channel and I'll use your suggestions. So don't wait for me to ask before suggesting what to do, but don't depend on me to always be listening to what you say. All right. Let's see. I've got two splits now. I've got a split with, that's not much different, but here we go. Okay. By flipping this card. All right, so I flipped it. Here we, whoops. Okay, we're gonna have to be careful about that. Card sticking together. Start B. Carry out each of the following setup steps, then remove this card from play. Reveal cards number 1 through 5. Pick any 3 of those characters to make up your group for this investigation. Return the other 2 to the box. So this is what Jonathan was saying. We're going to pick out our characters. Okay, so here are our characters we can choose from. The Raider, the Assassin, the Spy, the Warrior, or the Thief. Okay. So Raider, Assassin, they look kind of similar. The Raider, the Assassin, the Spy, the Raider, the Assassin, and the Spy look kind of similar. It feels like the game is kind of suggesting you should pick one of these and one of these at least. There's a nighttime people and daytime. Okay, so we picked 3 to take with us. All right, so your advice is welcome. Let's see, on what basis would we pick these? Did they tell us about them? Are we supposed to read these? Let's continue reading the instruction here as we think. Okay, pick 3 and then return the other 2 to the box. Should we do that before we continuing? Let's say we continue reading on our own. The front of each character shows the resource and special action tokens that each character starts with. Take 1 matching token from the supply for each symbol on each character to make up your group's action pool. This is sort of reminiscent of Detective Modern Crime board game. You pick the characters and they bring resources. The flip side of each card tells you what each token does. Place cards 6 and 7 side by side to create the time meter. That's these cards underneath. Place the current time at 6 a.m. Some cards list available actions at the bottom. When a card is in play, you may take any actions on it at any time, unless the action takes place at a location that's inaccessible. More on this later. When you take an action that lists the card number, reveal and read the indicated card. Now perform the action finish setting up below by revealing and reading card number 8. Okay, so it says put this card and we leave it out until it tells us to get rid of it. All right, so we're not going to proceed any further. We have to pick 3 people. If we look at them, this card's got a big chunk out of it for some reason. Doesn't look like it's important. It's not like it's got chopped at the cutter. So okay, so let's look at if there are any icons we wouldn't get if we didn't pick anyone. This guy's got a lock and 2 coins. This guy's got 3 weapons and a coin. This guy's got a mask and a lock, a fist and a mask, fist, weapons, coin. So this is the only one with a fist. That's it. So if we want the fist, we got... Oh no, sorry, they both have fists. These 2 have fists. So I think we got to take one of these if we want a fist. We got to take one of these if we want a mask. So this guy would give us a mask and a fist. And then we could take this guy with lots of weapons if we want to do some fighting. And then if we want to do some lock picking, either the spy or the thief. Or we could go based on our play style, I guess. I guess my play style is more, I like the idea of assassins. Jonathan says I feel like a spy. Spy does seem like it might be focused more on deduction than, which is what we want. All right, let's say we take the spy. I kind of want one of everything, though. I want to make sure I have one of every token. If we took these 3, we'd have an assassin, a spy, and a warrior. What do you think about that, the 3 set? does feel like Thief might get us stuff that we would want to read to do more deduction. Like, we don't want to fight our way through battles. We want to be clever about them. So we could take these three, Assassin, Spy, and Thief, and try to focus our game not on fighting, but on sneaking around and getting stuff. What do you think about that set? Spy, Thief, Assassin. Yeah, that sounds like we're on the same page, but it does sound like we could get into trouble without someone to fight. The fact that he's got 3 weapons and we're taking no weapons does concern me. Presumably it's not our limit, but it's a little bit of a concern. But you know what? It does feel like that's our style of play. We want to do deduction, not force our way into things. All right, shall we pick these 3 then? Spy, Assassin, and Thief, and see what we can do with it? I think that seems right. Okay. So we're putting Warrior and Raider into the box. It's a little concerning that we're not taking anyone with any fighting ability. The Raider had some fight. The Raider looks like the most balanced of the 3. I think, though, this is an interesting strategy. We're going to focus on avoiding confrontation. All right. So the front shows the resource and special action token that each character starts with. Take 1. So we're not taking anyone with weapons. I guess before we do that, let's just read what it says about weapons since we haven't heard of this. Combat. Weapons and combat training help you fight and subdue hostiles. If the card instructs you to spend combat tokens, you must do so immediately. Each time you must spend a combat token but don't have any in your action pool, the group instead takes a wound. Additionally, certain card actions may cost combat tokens to perform. You can only take these actions if you have enough to spend. So that's what we won't have. So we're more likely to get wounds. Then it says combat tokens are replenished at the start of each scenario. Coin tokens never are. So we would get combat at the start of each scenario. That's fine because we're only playing one scenario. Alright, it concerns me that we're not having any fight, but that means we'll be well set up for everything else. Alright, so let's look at these other resources. We've got search tokens, or search skills, however you want to think of it. Resources. Search says, the character infiltrates the location and conducts a thorough search. Flip their card face down, place a search token from your action pool on the target location, then place a second search token from the supply on the time meter, 3 hours ahead of the current time. While this marker is on the time meter, you can't take any actions at the target location, and the face down character can't take any other special actions. When the current time reaches the marker, discard the marker, flip the character's card face up, and reveal a card with the location's map number from the search deck. The search token on the map remains there as a reminder, but you can again... The search token on the map remains there as a reminder, but you can again take actions at the location. Coin. A satchel of coins can help you obtain equipment and information or avoid impending conflict. Certain card actions cost coin tokens to perform. You can only take these actions if you have enough to spend. Alright, so searching is a little time mechanic. It says in the future, 3 hours ahead, you're going to be able to get stuff there. And coins lets you buy stuff. The spy has search and surveillance. Character keeps an eye on the target location and everyone in it. This is surveillance. Flip their card face down. So this is another thing that takes up time. Flip their card face down and place a surveillance token from your action pool on the location. Then place a second surveillance token 3 hours ahead. So this is again something that takes place 3 hours ahead. While this marker is on the time meter, you can take any action on the target location, and the face down character can't take any other special actions. When the current time reaches the marker, discard the marker, flip the character face up. So basically you're making them busy for 3 hours, and then 3 hours later they wake up and you reveal a surveillance. You reveal what you found during surveillance. So surveillance and searching are the same. You take up some time and then you do that. Okay, Anna was saying maybe we should reconsider switching the raider with the assassin. So if we take the raider instead of the assassin, we lose a fist, but we don't lose a fist because the raider has a fist. We gain a combat, which we didn't have, and a coin. So these two symbols are redundant. All right, we'll take the raider instead. At least we'll have one combat. All right, so we looked up surveillance and search. Now we're going to take, so at least this way we have one of everything. One surveillance. Let's see what fist is. The fist is the raid special action. The group neutralizes any threats in a target location, then forcibly searches it and interrogates anyone there. All members of the group must be available face up in order to perform a raid. Place a raid token from your action pool on the target location. Immediately reveal the card with the location's map number from the raid deck. Once there is a raid token on a location, it's totally inaccessible. You can't take any special actions there or any card actions that take place. Combat we read before, but just to remember, it lets you fight. You spend combat tokens anytime you must, but you don't have any, you get a wound, and then the coin lets you buy stuff. Raid and combat tokens are never replenished. Sorry, raid and combat tokens are replenished at the start of each scenario. Coin tokens are never replenished. All right, so if we take the raider instead of the assassin, at least gives us one of everything. I mean, presumably we'll get more of these anyway, so it's not a huge deal. But it does make sense that it would sort of round us out and gives us an extra coin. Okay, so we'll take the raider instead of the assassin. Although we've got to cut this thing off. Let me just pause this while I go get a scissors and cut this off. All right. So we've done the normal thing. We've dithered back and forth about who to take, but now we've got one of everything. We're still focused on not fighting, but at least we're a little more flexible. Okay, we'll go back to that and reread these as we need to. Let's continue here. The front of each character shows the resources. Take one matching token for each symbol on each character to make up your group's action pool. All right, so we have one combat. We've got 3 coins. Then we've got 1 fist. We've got 1 1 surveillance and 1 search. And then we've got 1 more search. Okay. Yeah, okay. So if we had taken the assassin instead of the raider, we'd have an extra surveillance. Surveillance is 3 hours ahead. Yeah, let's do it this way. I think we did it right. I think we've got a good balance. Because we don't want all skills that require us to wait for 3 hours. That seems a little troublesome. All right, so we take 1 for each of these, but they don't belong to them. They belong to our entire group pool. So there's our action pool there. All right. Place cards 6 and 7 side by side to create the timeline. Okay, so here's our timeline. Let's take a look at how that works. 6 and 7 side by side. So you can see it goes 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m. So this is the whole day from 6 a.m. till 5 a.m. So it's our full 24-hour clock there. All right, this will have to stay on the table because surely we'll be using this to keep track of what time it is. Place the current time token at 6 a.m. Okay, there it is. Some cards list available actions at the bottom. When a card is in play, you may take any actions on it at any time unless the card action takes place at a location that's inaccessible. When you take an action that lists a card, reveal and read the indicated card. Okay, now it says perform the action, finish setting up below by revealing and reading card number 8. So I guess this would be on the table. We'd say, okay, we're going to take this action, finish setting up. Okay, finish setting up card number 8. Okay, here's card number 8. This is the card's number. This is the location where the event takes place. Each time icon means you need to advance the current time token 1 hour when you reveal this card. Do this now. So we've revealed card 8, which this has told us to do. I guess this would be off screen. Okay, we reveal card 8. So as soon as we reveal it, we move the time marker ahead 1 hour. All right. Do this now. Don't forget to adjust the current time as you reveal cards that have time icons. If moving the current time triggers an event on the time meter, we might put events here, I guess. First resolve the newly revealed card, then the event. Each character needs rest. They have to eat, sleep, conduct other necessary activities. Some locations list a rest action that you can take at 6 p.m. or later when it gets into evening. If you don't rest at 6 p.m., you'll accumulate fatigue points, red bars on the time track. That's these little bars down here, you could say green and red, that you'll mark when you eventually do rest. Accumulating fatigue penalizes you at the start of each new day. This does have a little bit of a crossover with Razorhurst we played, where there was fatigue if you stayed up too late. Accumulating fatigue penalizes you at the start of each new day of your investigation. If the group ever reached 6 fatigue on the time track, the investigation ends immediately and card 32 is revealed. So we don't want that to happen. We don't want 6 fatigue. Okay. Separate the cards marked as Search, Surveillance, and Raid into 3 face-down decks. Place all other cards in a 4th deck. Okay, so if we go to our deck, here we've got Search cards. Okay. Surveillance cards. Raid cards. And the rest. Okay, place all other cards in a 4th deck. We'll just put them here for now. So it looks like that every location number has a potential search card you get if you search that location. Then every location has a surveillance card you would get if you decide to surveil it. And then every location has a raid card you would get if you decide to raid it. Interesting. All right. Let's continue here. The setup phase is finished. You can begin your game now. And then it says begin your investigation. Oh, we haven't. Begin your investigation by flipping this card over is what this is trying to tell us here. So this goes on the board. I don't think this didn't say to get rid of it, but surely we can get rid of this. It said if there's no more actions left, you get rid of it. Okay, so we're going to get rid of this over here. So this is out on our play space. We're gonna have to organize our, before we start playing, before we actually start playing, we'll take a break and we'll reorganize. But let's just talk about how this is gonna work. So we begin our investigation by flipping this. This is, remember, the way we play this game is we take actions listed on the back of cards unless there's some reason we couldn't go there. We would take this action by flipping it over and doing what it says, and that might give us more options. Okay, these characters, we were told in the beginning, we're sometimes going to flip them over. So we might want to read this again, the basic idea. So they tell us based on their actions. So if we take a raid action, for example, with this guy, if he wants to do a raid, raid neutralizes any threats. Okay, all members of the group must be available, meaning they're face up. So we keep track of whether they're available or not by face up or face down. So in fact, let's start over here, the thief. So if the thief wants to search, we flip him face down, meaning he's unavailable. We put a search token from our pool, so we have to have it. We have to have spare search tokens. I guess you can't see those unless I... So we take one of our search tokens and we put it 3 hours ahead. 1, 2, 3. So we would say, okay, this guy's searching now. So we put his search token here. Put a second search token from the supply here. No, sorry, we put a, from our supply here. So we're going to keep it. Nope, sorry, I shouldn't guess. Have you ever taught a board game where every time you're in the middle of a rule, someone guesses and they're wrong, or you guess and you're wrong? Okay, gamers like to guess rules. They like to figure out what the rule is. They're like, oh yeah, I can anticipate it. And sometimes you're wrong, sometimes you're right. But it is like a little metagame. All right, anyway. So from our supply, we only have 2 of these, so I stole one. Okay, so from our supply, let's read the rules. Search token from your action pool on the target location. So you say, okay, we're going to search the camp. So you put 1 there. Then a second search token, I can see how this is going to be a way to lose or gain by cheating. Search token. Second search token from the supply on the time meter. 3 hours ahead. While this marker is on the time meter, you can't take any actions. You can't take any other special actions. Can't take any actions at the target. Okay, sorry. While this is here, you can't take any other actions at this location. So you can only be doing one thing at each location. And the face down character can't take any other special actions. When the time reaches it, flip the character face up, and then we would go and find the search card. Find the search card matching that location 8. Okay. The search token on the map remains there as a reminder, but you can again take actions at this location. Like a reminder what? That you've searched it, but won't you have that card to remind you? That's kind of weird. Okay, so the one from our supply went there. And this one, when we go to it, presumably we would discard it and trigger it. Okay, so that's search, and surveillance works, it sounds like exactly the same way. From our pool on the location, flip them upside down, put one from the supply 3 hours ahead. Can't take any more actions at the place. The person who's face down can't take any actions. When it reaches there, it goes face up. You get a card. Surveillance token on the map remains there to remind you that you've done that thing. That's bizarre to me, but okay. And then coins we use for money, combat we use for fighting, and raid works a little differently. Raid, you decide to raid a place, so all members have to be face up. You take a raid from your pool, you put it in the location, you immediately get the card, the raid card from that location. Once a raid card is on a location, it's totally inaccessible. You can't take any special actions there or any card actions that take place. So you've basically fouled the location for yourself. You've made enemies of them, so you're never going to be going back there and doing actions there again. All right, so let's give ourselves back. Make sure we have 2 search tokens. Okay, good. All right, that was from there. All right, that just reminded us how this stuff is going to work. All right, so we're going to have to figure out how to organize this table so that we can see everything. I think maybe this doesn't need to be in our way most of the time. Let's see, maybe we can put it up here somewhere. Out of the way, okay. So that'll be our time tracker over there. And then these don't need to be visible. So we'll put these off screen somewhere. This is the kind of thing that if you knew what you were doing, you would have done ahead of time, but you're experiencing it with me live. Okay, so these can be off screen. Same with the tokens can be off screen. Let's put them over here. Okay. There's our cards. We're trying to maximize table space here. All right. So, and then this deck of cards doesn't need to be on screen here. And we'll put this over here. Okay. And then we don't need our characters are really on. Oh, yes, we do, because we need to put them face up and face down. All right, so we'll put them here like this. Right, because these aren't their skills. We don't need to remember these. Those are just what they start out with. For now, we just need to know if they're face up or face down. Jonathan says, just to double check, the search token stacked. We have the 2 we were supposed to have. Yes. Okay, there we go. We'll let them keep the ones they earned. That way, if they want to do something, we can check if they own it. And this is, even if you were playing with multiple players, it's not like each player owns a person, right? Okay. And I don't know if these numbers are going to be relevant to us, but maybe in case they are, we'll move these in order, in case there's some like priority stuff. All right, this seems like a pretty good way of laying everything out. This maximizes our use of the table. You can see the time. I've got my place for notes. Okay, good. So here's our, and we don't need this anymore either. But let's get this. Let's see if now there's anything here that makes sense for us to look at. Can you perform several special actions at the same time? Search and surveillance actions can be taken at the same time if you have different face-up characters to take them. However, you can't raid if any of the characters are face down. Okay, that makes sense. A group started surveillance or search but rested before they were completed. What happens? All active search and surveillance events trigger when you rest. Draw the corresponding special action cards. So as soon as you rest, you're basically going to rest for 3 hours, so you get to finish up. That sounds like that might be good timing to start searching right before you rest, and then it triggers right away. What's a wound token? When a card instructs you to spend combat tokens and you don't have enough, you take a wound token For each combat token you weren't able to pay. Wounds give you extra fatigue at the end of the day. They're not discarded until the end of the scenario. Yikes. Which tokens get replenished after rest? Surveillance and search tokens get replenished during the rest stage. So that was what was a little confusing. These things told you coins don't get replenished, but search tokens are replenished when you rest. I thought it was saying at the end of a scenario, but no, it's when you rest. Okay, so we get our search and surveillance tokens back every time we rest. We can do one of those per day or so. Card lists an available night action to a raid location. Does that action require a raid token? You only have to spend tokens from your pool on card actions if you're specifically instructed. A card lists an available night action to raid a location. I see. Okay, so it's saying you can raid a location by using your raid token, but some cards might say, hey, here's an alternative way to do a raid action. A card lists an available action at a location that is currently being surveilled or searched. Can we perform this action? No, not until the special action is completed. So the special actions are the ones that use these tokens: raid, surveil, search. Once you're doing that, you can't do any other action. Can we just skip time if we don't have any available actions at the moment? Yes, you can use this to skip to the end of special actions. If all of your characters are face down at the same time, you must skip to the end of the first special action. Right, if everyone's doing stuff face down, they can't do anything, you just advance the clock. What counts as a rest action? Any action available after 6 p.m. that say camp for the night or stay for the night. Okay, so a card will have to say when we can rest. Can you perform special actions at map locations you haven't visited yet? Yes. So basically, it sounds like any card that's on the table, unless it says otherwise, you can do actions there. We're not keeping track of where we are on the map. We can basically be anywhere. That's an interesting difference between a game like Seventh Continent, where you are at a specific location. So there was one thing that I wanted to look at, but now I've forgotten what it was. Oh, it was the fatigue. I'm not sure I completely understand how this bar at the bottom works. What was the fatigue explanation? Each character needs rest. They have to eat, sleep, and conduct other necessary activities. Some locations list a rest action you can take at 6 p.m. or later. If you don't rest at 6, you accumulate fatigue points, which are the red bars here. So if you rest at 7, you've got 1 fatigue. Can you guys see that? Here. Okay, so if you rest at 6, no fatigue. If you rest at 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 fatigue bars here. But then it says you accumulate the fatigue points that you'll mark when you eventually do rest. Accumulated fatigue penalizes you at the start of each day. If the group ever receives 6 fatigue on the time track, the investigation ends immediately. So if you ever get 6, which is right here, if you reach 6 fatigue on the time track, it ends, but somehow you can get it's got a mark for 8, and I don't know how you keep track of these. Maybe you just write it down, or maybe there's going to be... What was the wound? Was the wound the same as the fatigue? You take a wound token. No, so I don't know. It's not clear to me how we're going to track fatigue. Maybe the game will explain that a little more as we go along. All right, so we've gone through the FAQ. We've gone through the cards. We're ready to start our adventure. We've got a nice table set up. Hopefully that's enough space for us here. And so now we will take a 8-minute break. We'll come back and we will start playing the game. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. I switched there to be more of a delay between fading in from the breaks back to me. It's clear it's painfully too long now. All right, I changed up one little thing here. What did I do? I moved the time things down here by me. Guys, feels like time is going to be a critical aspect of this game, so maybe it's best if it's right where we can see it. All right, so I'm intrigued, cautiously intrigued. Let's get started. I think probably I'll be trying to move the card that we're working on around. So if there's a card up here somewhere, I won't read it from here. I'll bring it over so that we can see it together. I'll try to bring it closer to me so we can read it together. I don't know whether that's a good thing. I try to put it so you can read the cards that I'm reading at the same time so that you don't have to rely on understanding what I say. Sort of like a subtitling system here. All right, here's the camp. We can take an action from any of the cards in front of us. There's only one. This is the only action we can take, unless you want to leave this one here, but we already finished setting up. I wonder if that's what that little dot means, that once you do it, you get rid of it. All right, so here we go. Let's begin our investigation. We've got the raider, the spy, the thief. Not combat heavy. There's our only real weapons expert. Here we go. We're beginning our investigation. Remember, when this card came out, it had told us to advance to 7 a.m., right? So that's what we did. All right, we flipped the card. We're at the camp now. Now, here's our first confusion already. This is the card's number. This is the location where it takes place. Each time icon means you need to advance the current time token 1 hour when you reveal the card. All right, so we flipped it. Now we're on 8B. There's a clock. Are we supposed to advance? Remember to advance the time token 1 space per icon when you reveal or flip cards. Okay, at least it clarified for us. So now it's 8 a.m. I've advanced the card. You can't see it in this thing, but it's now 8 a.m. You could see it if I did to this one. Okay, so I flipped over to 8 a.m. All right, let's read. Omega Group Journal, 12th of May, 1403. A group of agents sent to investigate an out-of-the-way village called Rotwood disappeared a month ago. We can't even attempt a rescue mission since the village's exact location is unknown to us. Not much is known about it at all. Recently, we managed to find a person who promised to supply necessary information. A meeting was arranged at the old ruins near the inn called the Sleepy She-Wolf. Not scary at all. Our informer, remember the name of this case is the informant, our informer, who introduced himself as Lauren, promised to wait for us there each morning from 8 to 10 o'clock. The heavy rains turned the road into nigh impassable mud. Our journey to the meeting point took us 3 days. By the end of the 11th of May, we reached the place and set up camp near the main road. In the morning, we broke camp and, carrying the payment for Lauren, went to the ruins to wait for him. Reveal card 25. I don't need my glasses for some of this game I can see. And place it in the center of the play area to start your map. Our main objective here is to obtain a map or description of Rotwood's exact location, as well as landmarks along the way. And then we reveal card 9. Okay, so we're going to be building a map. Our main objective is to obtain a map or description of Rotwood's exact location. Okay, we lost the organization we're part of, lost an agent in a village called Rotwood that we don't even know where it is. Okay. So card 25 gets revealed and put in the center. So I'm going to get out 25. Okay, so there's 25. That's pretty beautiful, that card. I'll take a look at it in a second. And then it says reveal card 9. Okay, so there's card 9. All right. So first we revealed card 25. Let's look at it together because it's awfully beautiful. So there's us camping on the outskirts. We're going to meet someone at the She-Wolf Inn. That's a pretty nice looking card. Now in 7th Continent, occasionally there's stuff hidden on the cards that you might want to pay attention to. This one I don't see anything in, but it's a pretty nice picture of our place. It says the ruins, and okay. Well, the backside is different. I don't know 25 art, so we're gonna put it here, and then we're going to reveal card 9. As soon as we revealed card 9, it says 3 clocks. Okay, so we go 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m. Remember, he told us to meet there every morning from 8 to 10, so we've sort of gotten there late. The stone wall still sported the marks of a great fire, and the floor was strewn with the charred remains of slate roof tiles. It wouldn't have been our place of choice for a meeting, but still we remained and waited for Lauren, examining the surroundings as we did. Reveal card 26 and add it to your map. Okay. There's card 26. The map continues. Lauren never showed up, even though we waited past the agreed time. Perhaps he was delayed or prevented from coming by some event. So I guess when we see this 3 and we advance to 11 a.m., it wasn't necessarily that happened before we read this card. As part of this card, we waited there past 11. He never showed up. Okay. Perhaps he was delayed or prevented from coming by some event. Feeling uneasy, we examined the old house and found specks of crimson on the stones, looking very much like dried blood. Upon further examination, we found more drops on the stones and floor, along with a sliver of green cloth. There were many footprints around, including our own. If there were any strangers' tracks on the black ash-covered ground, we couldn't identify them. But where to go from here? Perhaps someone at the farm across the road might have seen something. Lauren must have spent the night somewhere. We could begin our search by checking the inn. It was also highly doubtful he arrived on foot, so someone at the stable might be able to help us. Then we flip this card. Okay, no time events, so we don't have to do that. The ruins. Time is short. When the time meter reaches 12 p.m. on the second day, your investigation ends. Card 52. 52? 32 is red. Wow, this is not... I don't know what's the deal with these glasses. Okay. We decided to keep an eye on the ruins for a while, just in case it's time to use your first special action. First, flip a character face down, then place a surveillance token from the supply on the ruins on the map. Normally you need to flip a character with the surveillance icon and spend a token, but we'll let it slide this time. Okay, so flip a character face down. So one of our people we're going to make unable to do stuff, but it doesn't care which one. Remember, these don't belong to them. All right, maybe that's misleading. Let's put these in our general resource pool. Okay, so we don't care what skills they have anymore. All right, so one of these people we're going to choose to do surveillance. So let's pick the spy. They seem like that's what their specialty is. So we flip it face down. The spy is no longer available to us. Surveillance token from the supply on the ruins. Okay, so there's our surveillance. And we're going to put that on the ruins. Okay. Then take a second surveillance token from the supply, again, not from our thing. Place it on the time meter 3 hours ahead. 1, 2, 3 at 2 p.m. Okay. While this marker is on the time meter, you can't take any actions at this location. Which I guess is this entire card, really. That's the name of the card, because this, I think that would mean the, well, it's a little unclear, because the ruins has a number 1, 2, 3, 4, so maybe it isn't. Maybe it's just for the ruins we can't do anything. So while this marker is on the time meter, you can't take any actions at the location, including other special actions or card actions that can take place there. Is it here that we're putting the card? This thing? No, on the map. Ruins 1 on the map. Okay, sorry. Okay. Including, but we can't do any special actions at that location, and that's what this is. This is the ruins. So I guess we can't take, I don't know, let's continue reading this, then we'll figure this out. You can take actions on this card that take place elsewhere, like visit the inn. I see. So here's available actions on this card, but they don't refer to the ruins, so we could do those. All right. You can take actions on this card that take place elsewhere, like visit the inn. When the current time reaches the marker, a surveillance event is triggered. Discard the marker, flip the character face up, reveal card number 1, because it's ruins 1, from the surveillance deck, and that would tell us what we revealed. Okay. Surveillance token remains on the map for the rest of the scenario as a reminder you've used a special action here. Okay. Important, there will be no more prompts for special actions, surveillance, search, and raid. You can use them at any location you've revealed on the map. Rules for each action are written on the back of your character cards. Okay. All right, so we've scheduled a surveillance at the ruins that's going to trigger when we get to 2 p.m. And that has caused our spy to become exhausted until 2 p.m. It's not clear to me how you would remember, if you've got 3 people exhausted, what they were exhausted for. I guess you just gotta remember that you sent this guy to surveil over there. Or maybe it doesn't matter. Because I guess if these don't have special abilities, all you need to know is you flipped one of your people. And it says close up, please. Alright, okay. That's what's gonna make this game hard to watch online, because I'll try to do close-ups of the cards we read, but it's gonna be hard to see everything, then you can't see the other one. Alright, so let's just look at what we've got here. So the camp is still out because I guess there's a camp. But we can't really do anything. I guess it said when you finished the things you can do, you can put it aside. So there's no more actions we can do at the camp, so we can put the camp aside. So the ruins is the only card out we need. But then our map has these 2 locations. So we've got the ruins, the camp, the farm, the stable, and there's the inn. We've got a card for the ruins. We're told he didn't show up. I don't love that we have to flip this over to remember the rest of the story, but maybe it's just as well. Okay, so he never showed up. We examined the old house, found specks of crimson as if it was dried blood. We said there's lots of footprints. A sliver of green cloth. Do we need to be writing this stuff down? That sounds important to us, right? So, at the ruins, let's just make a note here. A sliver of green cloth. That might be, we're going to be able to identify someone when we find them with some green cloth. And blood. Okay, so this is ruins, which is card 9. Sliver of green cloth, footprints, black ash covered ground, couldn't identify it. Where to go from here? So then it says perhaps someone at the farm across the road might have seen something. He must have slept somewhere, so maybe we should check the inn to see if he slept there. He probably didn't come on foot, so someone at the stable might have seen him arrive and have his horse. Which reminds me of a great movie to recommend, True Grit. The remake of True Grit is really well done. Has anyone seen the remake of True Grit? I forget. Did the Coen brothers direct it? I'm trying to remember now. But it's got Jeff Bridges and it's got Matt Damon, who has a really nice role in it, and a girl who does an amazing job. And there are some great scenes in there, but there's a nice scene where she's haggling over the horses in the stable. That's really wonderful. All right. So and we've started a surveillance of the ruins, which I guess is where we went. All right, so while we're waiting for the surveillance of this place to trigger, which this spy is doing, we could camp for the night, which is like resting. So if we did that, can't do it before 6 p.m. obviously, so we wouldn't. We would read that card. We could visit the inn, and then we'd get card 12. We could visit the stable or visit the farm. It's not 100% clear to me. We could do like I'm not saying we're going to. We aren't. But presumably we could do surveillance or search these areas even having not visited them, I guess. That seems a little weird. There'll be no more prompts for special actions, surveillance, search, or raid. You can use them at any location you've revealed on the map. So as long as there's a map location for it, with a number, we can do it. All right. But we're not going to do that, obviously. We are going to choose one of these locations. I just can't I'm afraid I can't give you a better view. I could move everything down more, though, and put these guys somewhere else. Would that be better? Would it be better to move these off camera and then have in our close-up view? Thing is, it's never going to be easy because this map's going to get bigger. We'll just do it this way, and when there's a map card here, I'll just bring it down here for us to look at. All right, Jonathan said, why don't we just go to the inn and ask around? Okay, so let's do that. This is the view I'll try to use when we're doing stuff. So we're going to go to the inn now and do it. So I'm going to put this back here. We're going to get out the inn, which is number 12. All right, we'll just see how this goes. So here's the inn card I'm bringing out. Let's read it. It's got a time thing, so I'm advancing the time now to noon. We passed the stable and approached the door to the inn under a sign that read, "The Sleepy She-Wolf." Next door was a public house with another sign, this one reading, "The Sated She-Wolf." I see. Reveal card 27 and add it to the map. Okay. So here's 27. It's got a smithy, a landlord's house, and a pub. Okay. So I gotta say, the map is beautiful, and I am enjoying sort of unveiling it over time. So these each have locations, 5, 6, and 7. So I'm gonna go put this out here. Forms part of this map. All right. We pushed the wide door and entered the inn, where we were met by a tall, lean, middle-aged man in a long black tunic. He bowed lightly, welcoming us. My name is Carbon, and I run this establishment. And this fairest lady is my sister Vera. He pointed to the woman in the doorway across the room. No doubt you'd like to rest after a long trip. The beds are ready, and the rates are more than reasonable. The public house is next door. If you're hungry, you won't regret tasting our magnificent Rauman's unforgettable cookery. Okay, and we've got a whole bunch of actions we can take here. We can talk to the guests. We can spend coins after 6 p.m. to stay for the night. So look, we could either camp out for the night for free here in the ruins, or we can pay to have a better night's sleep at the inn. Or we can visit the landlord's house, or visit the public house, visit the smithy, or talk to Corbin about visitors and recent rumors, in which case we would flip this card. It's interesting. It's like a little bit of Seventh Continent mixed with a choose your own adventure exploration. I'm getting a real feel of exploring. Okay, all right. So notice there's no mechanic of actually traveling. Like we're not in any of these places that we have to worry about time to travel. Actually, does this connect? Yeah, I guess it does. So we don't have to worry about like we're here, so we should do this action. We could do any of the actions on this card or on this card at any time. But we do want to think about we do have to wrap our heads around the fact that searching and surveillance take time. So if there's something if we know we want to search a place, we might want to start it triggered sooner rather than later. But there's no reason we should search. And we can only do our search and surveillance tokens refresh at the end of the night. So there's no real harm in doing one, we don't think, although some bad stuff could happen. However, the other little strategic thing to wrap our heads around is that we can't raid a place while people are face down. What was the rule if we wanted to wake them up? It didn't seem like there was a rule to give up. Like if you have a guy searching and he's unavailable for 3 hours, and then suddenly you wanted to raid, could you cancel the search? Doesn't seem like there's a way to cancel. You can just go to sleep to cancel it. But we do want to think about things that might take time. Talk to the guests. Talk to Corbin about visitors and recent rumors. It seems like we should probably do that. Anna said the game suggested going to the stables. Yes, it did. Although that's just going to tell us the guy arrived. I think we should talk to him about visitors and recent rumors. So we're going to take this action, flip it over. Let's see what happens if these are repeated or not. So I'm taking... Boy, I can see switching is going to be... Okay, so we're going to take this action to flip this card. It's got another time on it, so we have to advance the time again. It's now 1 p.m. Feigning idle curiosity, we started asking questions about this and that. Corbin was surprisingly eager to share tales and rumors from towns all over the princedom, while his sister Vera, a dark-haired woman around 40 years of age, kept sweeping the floor. As the conversation turned towards recent guests, we jokingly inquired about whether anyone had gone missing around these parts. Corbin crossed his heart and assured us that nothing even remotely like that had ever happened, and hopefully never would. We proceeded to ask him about the ruins and whether any of his guests ever wandered around there. The innkeeper shook his head, claiming he'd never seen anyone there at all. It was too easy to break a leg while walking on rubble, he said. The ruins, he claimed, were the remains of some old tavern built before the war. Okay, so it looks like we've got the same list of 5 things here, minus the option to flip this card. All right, on my list here, I'm also going to keep track. So that was the ruins. So the inn, we met Corbin and Vera. So I see time is passing, and it said the game's going to end the next day at midnight. So we don't have that much time to mess around here. The landlord's house, is that Corbin's house, or is the landlord someone else? Is the landlord's house Corbin? Oh, the landlord's house. It's a place on our map here. So we're here at the inn. There was the pub next door. And then the landlord's house. Was that described to us? Public house was the sated she-wolf. Keep your eye open for someone with a green outfit. Sounds like maybe you go to the smithy, you could get a weapon maybe. Be nice if there was a little easier way to see where places were mentioned. I'd like to see what was mentioned of the farm and the smithy. Vera is 40 years old. I'm just going to write it down. 40 years old. Okay. No one goes in the ruins. You could break a leg. He offers to let us sleep there. Seems kind of friendly, but you never know. Start by checking the inn. Someone at the stable might help us. So it seems like the smithy isn't mentioned. The landlord's house is mentioned. I guess this is the landowner, right? The person who owns these places, that would be like the lord of these places, you think? I mean, it seems like one of the guests could be the person who killed our guy, if our guy is dead. I agree with Anna about the landlord. Let's double check the final time. Was it midnight or noon the next day? Okay, let's see. Where were we told that information? So here was resting. Were we told how much time we have in this entire game? When the time meter reaches 12 p.m. on the second day, so I guess noon on the second day. That's a short game. All right, noon the next day. No, yeah, okay. All right. Everyone wanted to go to the landlord. Let's go there. Let's go to the landlord's house. So visit the landlord's house number 16. It's a little odd that like 16 is not 6. It's 6 on the map. You can see this is going to be tricky. The landlord's house is number 6, but if you want to visit the landlord's house, you get card 16. Okay, let's go to the landlord's house. Let's see what this is all about. Maybe he knows something. Okay, so we went to the landlord's house. The landlord, and it's a time, so it's now, we've reached the time on our surveillance thing. So first it said to do the card first, right? And then we reveal this. I believe that's what the rules told us. First do the card, then do the thing. Is that correct? Let's see. I'm pretty sure I remember that. Oh, maybe it was on the FAQ. I don't remember where we read it, but I believe it told us to do the card first. The landlord house looked lavish. The beams were sturdy and well cut, and the shutters and window boards looked new and sported intricate carvings. Very few could afford even the simplest of decorations in these trying times. Next to the house was a little garden with benches, also well decorated. A servant was cutting wood in the yard. The owner of the house was nowhere to be seen. We went around the house to the yard and asked the servant whether his master was inside. Master Barrels is home, he said. He just sat down to dine with Mistress Martha, his wife. Okay, so the landlord's house is Guy Barrales and Martha, the wife. Okay, so available actions are knock on the door and try to talk to the Barrales, in which case we flip the card. But before we do that, we've reached this event. So let's remember how to do this. So this gets removed. Back to the supply. This is going to stay here. And now we're going to go into the surveillance deck and get card 1 corresponding to the ruins and reveal what, and this guy can, the spy can come face up again. All right. And that one didn't cost us any tokens because it was a free one to introduce it to us. Start of the game. All right, surveillance. Let's see what we've got here. So we surveilled the ruins, and let's see what we got. I chose a vantage point and began watching the ruins. The time dragged on painfully slowly. This is our spy speaking. The place was visited by a handful of crows and jackdaws. At some point, my attention wandered to the edge of the forest past the ruins. I approached it to examine it closer and found traces of a campsite, multiple sets of footprints, as well as a couple of improvised log benches. I expected to find the remains of a campfire, but none were to be seen. Special actions, surveillance, search, and raid allow you to obtain additional information, even find new locations to explore. You can use them at any time as long as you have tokens left in your action pool to do so. Just remember that special actions will occupy your character for a period of time, and you can't take any other actions at a location while a special action is happening there. We suggest you use another special action as soon as possible. Then flip card 25, so 25B is revealed. And the new available actions are examine the remains of the campsite at the edge of the forest. So we're flipping 25 to 25B. We already surveilled the ruins, that's to remind us, so we don't re-surveil it. But now we found the remains of a campsite. So that's what got added to this card. The remains of a campsite he found, our spy. And now he's available to do again. And it said, we suggest you use another special action as soon as possible. So let's make sure we understand this oddity about once you're doing a special action, you can't be doing something else there. If we, for example, wanted to search the ruins, we could now search the ruins, put a token on there. We could still, even though we're searching the ruins, we could still visit the inn or the stable or the farm because it says they're taking place elsewhere. But if, for example, we decided to surveil the landlord's house, we wouldn't be able to knock on the door at that point because we would be surveilling it, so we wouldn't be able to do other stuff there. So just so we understand that. And it's also saying that unless you're planning on doing a raid, it doesn't matter to you that some people are occupied searching or surveilling, and because they take up time, you shouldn't delay doing that. So it's saying you should do something right away. So, especially since we don't have too much daylight left. In fact, you might want to have everyone, as soon as you sleep, they finish their thing. So you might want to set all three of them surveilling places right before we go to sleep. It's taking us time to come to the landlord house. It seems like, do we want to knock on the door and try to talk to them? They seem rich. Well, I don't know if they're going to have useful information for us. I wonder if we should set someone surveilling the landlord's house while we go to the stable. Shall we do that? Shall we surveil the landlord's house? There are windows you can look in. Let's do that. Let's send our spy again to surveil. We only have one more surveillance, but I think we should do it. We've discovered it. Let's surveil the landlord's house. So I'm going to put us, even though we have no reason to do it. I'm trying to find what camera shows things. Okay, so I think I'm going to surveil the landlord's house just because we don't have much time left. And we're going to want to sleep. But we have no reason to think of it suspicious. All right, let me wait. I'll wait. We still have a little bit of time. All right. Jonathan says no, there's no reason to suspect the landlord yet. Okay. All right. Let's look at the campsite remains that the game had us figure out. So, examine the remains of a campsite at the edge of the forest. Get card 24. Okay, let's get card 24. So we've decided to check out the remains of the campsite. All right, here's campsite remains. Maybe we should figure out a better place to put everything. So these are places we've already revealed. Okay, here we go. Campsite remains. Clock ticks by, so if we had started surveilling, we'd be closer to finishing it. That's why it's deadly to put off things too much in this game. The clearing at the edge of the forest was well hidden from the local buildings, but open toward the ruins. It was logical that Warren would have waited for us there. Upon examining the tracks, we deduced that more than one person had visited the campsite. There were even multiple hoof prints left a few days ago. It was getting rather chilly in the early hours, so it was surprising that whoever had stayed here hadn't bothered to start a fire. There didn't appear to be anything left, no personal items or anything of that sort. Even if something had remained deep in the grass, finding it wasn't going to be an easy task. Available actions, thoroughly comb through the campsite grounds. So that's weird that it's not a... I was thinking we would do a search here. Sorry, this guy isn't busy. Remember, our search tokens are going to get replenished after we sleep, so not using them is kind of a waste. And yet, here's a thing that's going to take us time, but not a thing. I think we're going to start spending more time. It's time to start using some of these early. Given that we have nothing else to do... All right, here's my proposal. Yes, we should comb through, but I don't want time to pass. So I think we should start our guys doing stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to surveil the landlord's house. So I'm going to put my surveillance on the landlord's house. Just on the off... You guys wanted to go there. On the off chance, I'm going to surveil that. We could also surveil the inn, where possibly our guests are going in and out. If we think one of the inn people did it, would it be better to surveil the inn or the landlord's house? All right, let's surveil the inn. So I'm going to surveil the inn. So we put this there to remind us we're surveilling the inn. We take a token, another surveillance token, and we put it 3 marks ahead on the time track. And then we're going to have the spy do surveillance. Meanwhile, we've got 2 more searches. I'm wondering if before time starts passing, we should set someone to search the stables. I suppose we could do it when we sleep. So when we sleep, where's the rules about when you sleep? Let's see. Search and surveillance tokens trigger when you rest. Draw the corresponding special action cards, then immediately resolve the rest. So basically, if we're going to have to rest at 6 p.m., then they'll trigger. There's no point in at this. So help me figure this out. We want to go to stables. Don't surveil the inn. All right. Let me back up for a second here. So this comes back to us. This goes here. So just to make sure, if we have to sleep at 6, then it doesn't matter if we don't search until 6, because the moment we sleep, even if the actions were far into the future, they'd all resolve. So if you can't complete a special action before you sleep, you might as well do it right before you sleep. All right. Well, then we'll put off this and we'll just do a bunch before we sleep. But this game says we suggest you do it right away. All right. The game's suggesting to us that we do it right away, and you guys don't want to do it. We won't go to sleep at 6. It would be too early. I think fatigue points are not overall fatigue. Anna says, we won't go to sleep at 6. It would be too early. I think fatigue points are not the overall fatigue. I'm not sure I understand that. I think we could do one search now and one when we go to sleep. What if we search the campsite remains even though we're going to do this? Should we do that just for fun to see if there's something different we can do? It's kind of a weird idea, but we do get these back. It's weird that we have an action to comb through the campsite grounds, but we also have a search we could do. This is where he would be. All right, let me try searching the campsite grounds now, even though we're going to do that. That feels very weird. But he's the person we're looking for. All right, I'm going to do that. I know I'm going back on myself, but we do have a spare card. So I took the one from our supply, put it there. One from here, put it 6 p.m. Are you sure you don't want to do another surveillance as well and use these things up? Well, let's just try it. Flip it over to this side. All right, now let's do this. I don't know. This could be a terrible... I do want to search the campsite and go to the stables, not surveil it. Our informant was there. Yeah, okay. All right, but we got to do this too. Thoroughly go through. This is where we're going to find out if searching it and doing this are redundant. But let's see what happens. So I flip this card over. Time advances. We checked every inch of the campsite slowly and thoroughly. Our efforts were rewarded by a handful of silver coins scattered across the ground. We also found a piece of black cloth snagged on a branch, and we got 2 coins. All right, so we add 2 coins to our thing. All right, we're going to see what happens if we do our search in addition to this. It sounds like we did it thoroughly. There would be no point. So we probably just wasted a search, but that's okay because this will replenish when we sleep and it'll give us some idea of how the game works. All right, this is done. Oh, let's see. We've got, so campsite remains 24. We found black cloth. So this is where the innkeeper is actually wearing black tunic. Do we suspect the innkeeper? I think it's time to surveil the inn. I think that's what we should do. I think we should, with our only surveillance, we should surveil the inn because we might catch one of the guests. So before time passes, I think we should surveil the inn. I understand that there might be other places that are worth surveilling. I guess it depends on how late into the night we're going to play. Can we talk about that for a second? What was our reading of... Oh, I see. Good point. If we decided to search there, we couldn't flip this card. So I sort of broke the first rule. Good catch. So basically I have to search now. So we'll have to put our search one step further ahead. Okay, so we flipped it. Now we decided to search more thoroughly. Just to see how this game works. About whether we'll find something else. Thematically, it doesn't feel like we should be able to find anything more. But we're going to find out. Now, okay, right. So we fixed that. I've started to search after I flipped, which puts it at 7 p.m. We need to understand how late we're going to play. So the rules said, let's read the rule about fatigue, because it's kind of, it was not clear. Okay, each character needs rest. Some actions have a rest you can take at 6 p.m. or later. If you don't rest at 6, you accumulate fatigue that you'll mark when you eventually do rest. Accumulating fatigue penalizes you at the start of each new day of your investigation. If you ever get 6 fatigue on the time track, so if we ever get 6 fatigue in one day, I guess is what that's saying, then we get too tired and we have to end. But it doesn't tell us how we're going to get penalized in the morning by accumulating fatigue. So let's not go too much past. But then this game only lasts one night. We only have one night to sleep, according to this, right? Because the game ends tomorrow at noon. That's awfully weird. Okay. I do think, though, that we should use these tokens before it's too late, before we run out of time. Should we go to the stable and then make a decision? Anna says, go to the stable, surveil it. Jonathan says, we could do it now, do a surveillance and search right before we go to bed. Is there any reason not to wait till then before doing those actions? Yeah, if we're going to go to bed, we might as well do them right before. It's a weird mechanic. So basically, Jonathan's saying, we're going to be going to sleep soon. So no point starting them. We might as well start them right before we go to sleep. And then we'll just trigger them. All right, let's go to the stables. All right, so this action at the ruins was examine the remains. We did that. There's no more actions left, so I'm going to remove this ruins card because there's no more actions for us to do there. It's still off to the side where we can see it. You knock on the landlord's door. Campsite remains is done too. Okay, that can go off to the side. So here's our available actions. We visited the inn. We can visit the stable, visit the farm, public house, smithy. You guys wanted to go to the stable. Okay, stable's 11. Let's do that. So we're going to card 11. The stable. Time advances. It's now 5 p.m. This day is going by quickly. The stable is next to the night shelter. From there, one could see an inn with a pub, a pillar of smoke rising from the smithy, and a 2-story manor house, most likely the residence of whoever owned this place. Reveal card 27 and add it to your map. Well, we already did reveal 27, so that's already out. We approached the wide gates and looked inside. A spacious room contained a huge bale of hay near one of its walls. Corridors led to multiple horse stalls on the left and right of the entrance. A lean boy was clearing up one of the stalls. He welcomed us with a bow and asked whether our horses needed to be fed or watered. We answered that we travel on foot, much to his genuine astonishment. We asked his name and inquired whether after the owners of the horses currently kept here. The boy said his name was Fani, and with visible delight listed the owners of the horses. 4 of them belonged to Master Borales, that's the landlord, another one to Carbon, the innkeeper, and the other 5 to the boarders whose names the boy did not know. So now we can visit the public house, same as what was over on this card, visit the house of Master Borales, visit the smithy, or talk to Fani in more detail about the owners of the horses. That does seem a good way to get information about the master or the landlord, but if he doesn't know the border, he doesn't know the names, but he actually could tell us a little bit about them. It does sound like maybe the people at the inn are people we have to look at. We've got a search and a surveil. We've already decided we're going to go to sleep soon. It's very weird that this fatigue thing goes up to 11, but it says if you ever get more than 6, the game ends. I'm a little unsure how long this game's going to go on. I do want to talk to him. I'm afraid time is going to pass, though. Are we sure that we're not gonna... that we don't have to do more of these? Any thoughts from the channel? Talk to him. Okay. I'm just agonizing about not spending these tokens yet. It's only because we think we're going to go to sleep soon. Alright, let's talk to him. So we're going to flip this card. Ugh, time passes again. It's now 6 p.m. The boy grew agitated by our inquiries about the owners of the horses. His voice trembled. His speech became hesitant. Obviously, he wasn't expecting this kind of attention. This black stallion belongs to the noble with the mustache, the one that arrived yesterday. The chestnuts is his wife's. That lady in a tight corsage, a bit on the plump side. The white mare arrived with that weird fellow. Had colorful clothing and some instrument with him. Like a lute, or maybe it was a lute. You'll have no problems recognizing him. He wears bright red and greens. The gray mare belongs to Corbin. He's the keeper of the inn there. And then there's another gray in the next stall, but that one's with some traveling peasants, been pulling their cart. That's the tall red horse. Then there's the tall red horse. Some trader brought him in, arrived 3 days ago after dusk, all wet, and ran to the shelter right away. I barely caught a glimpse of him. The other 4 horses belong to Master Barali's, 2 mares and 2 colts. The boy finished his explanation and looked up nervously, then said he needed to get back to work before anyone noticed. So, public house, Master Barali's, and Smithy. Okay, so, at the stable, I'm not going to write all of this. I'm just going to say horse descriptions, but I want to point out the one with the green. So he said, the strange man, let's see. The white mare is the strange guy with reds and greens and with a lute or some other instrument. Okay, well, it's almost time for us to go to sleep. I think we should sleep at the inn and pay a coin, which is fine because we got plenty of coins. It's now 6 p.m., so we're going to sleep on our next turn, we think, because we think it matters. The 2 bars must represent something different. Is one based on recovery or something? No, it accumulates and wraps around, right? So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sorry, let's do it better. So the red bars go, there's 1 red bar, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They keep adding bars top to bottom, right, left to right. So it seems pretty clear they're accumulating. I just don't understand exactly how that's supposed to work. I guess we'll find out at the end of the first night. All right. If our primary person of interest is this strange guy in bright red and green, do we think we've got a piece of green cloth and black cloth? Where did we find the green cloth? Was it at the camp or was it at the maybe it's not where our guy was. Where's my notes? Where did we find the green cloth? So at the campsite remains, we found black cloth. And the green cloth was at the ruins, I see, where he told us to meet him. All right, so, and then we're told here, actually, that tall red horse with the trader who came 3 days ago after dusk, all wet, ran to the shelter. That sounds like our guy, I'm guessing. So I think the red horse, tall red horse, is our guy. Came 3 days ago. He's a trader. What were we told about the person we're meeting with? Person who promised to supply us necessary information. Arranged at the old ruins where we found the green cloth. Our informant, Warren, waited for us each morning from 8 to 10. So I think that's going to be Warren, the guy who got there 3 days ago. That's what delayed us for 3 days. Okay. We don't know if he's dead, but he didn't meet us there. The weird guy doesn't say when he arrived, just says it arrived with the weird fellow, green and red, which also could be our guy, we're not sure. And the guy who came, trader, 3 days ago, doesn't say how he was dressed. Okay. Green cloth was in the ruins. Isn't 2 dots 1 bar? I'm not sure I understand. 2 hours is 1 fatigue. Is that how you read it? So we're talking about the fatigue system. Where's that card that explains it? So Anna was suggesting that the way it works is, let's see, you accumulate fatigue points, red bars on the time track. So it sounds like Anna was thinking that, let's do close up, that this is 1.5 bars and here's 2 bars and this is 2.5 and then like that. That's a very confusing ways to do it, but it would make sense where it says if you ever get 6. So if you ever get 6 you die, so that would compart with what Anna's saying, like this last 5 a.m. would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you'd get 6. So I guess that makes some sense. It's a very weird decision. But, okay, so if we think that's true, then it's got a total of 6. So if we reach at 7, we won't have gotten a, oops. So if we go to sleep at 7, we've only got half a bar. 8 p.m., 1 bar. It's a very confusing way to do it, but maybe that's the case. All right, so maybe we can stay up a little later than we expected. Especially if we've got 2 days. I mean, only one night. All right, I want to track that guy. The smithy would be an interesting place to go too. But I think it sounds like the inn is our place where we might be most likely to find the interesting characters. Or the drinking at the bar. So the question is, do we want to do another search or surveillance? I think we're going to stay up a little bit later now that we think the bars are doubled or only half up. Let's go to the pub and see if we can, yeah, everyone agrees with that. Okay, so we're going to go to the public house 15. All right, so we go to the pub, which advances time. Let's read what it says at the pub. We went through the doors into the public house. The sated she-wolf was furnished in simple rustic way. The sturdy tables and benches looked seldom used, and no wonder. Only people traveling through the area or staying the night at the inn would come here for food and drinks. We saw a few villagers busy chatting and a young cook preparing a meal in the stone oven, casting bored glances at the patrons. In another corner of the hall, a man in bright red and green attire played an unfamiliar tune on his lute. Okay, there's our green guy on the lute. We greeted the cook, chose one of the unoccupied tables, and started discreetly listening to the conversations around us, using meaningless small talk to mask our interests. The farmers were discussing returning to their plots after the war, and none of them seemed interested in much else. We approached the musician and asked him about recent events. He put down his lute and told us he'd barely been here a day and knew nothing that could help us. We approached the cook, hoping to ask him too, but he made it painfully obvious he wasn't interested in conversation. So we can spend money to bribe the cook, which I think makes sense since we've kind of flush in money. But before we do any of that, our search triggered of the campsite. So now we're going to find out whether we searched the campsite remains before. We found some coins. Doesn't seem like we should find anything more, but now we're going to find out if we do. So this gets discarded. The campsite thing stays here. I'm going to flip it. You can kind of see when it's on the back or the front. So I'm flipping it here to say we already searched there. And now we're going to go into the search deck and look at card 8 to see if we find anything more, which logically doesn't seem like we should. But let's see. I started carefully examining the area, hoping to find some clue who had stayed there. The hoof prints were few, so I assumed most of the visitors had come on foot. None of the tracks led toward the main road. It seems like everyone had gone into the woods. I was unable to find or deduce anything else. So the spy came back. He couldn't find anything, except that they're just hanging out in the woods. No hoofprints going to the main road. So maybe this is our clue that our person is still in town. All right. Now, it's 7 p.m. Night has fallen. We can spend money to bribe the cook. I think that makes sense. The question is, do we want to... I guess we can do these right before we go to sleep, which is going to be soon. All right, let's talk to the... Shall we talk to the cook first before we go to sleep? That will probably advance it into 8 p.m. and then go to sleep, maybe? Let's do that. Let's bribe the cook. Is there a woods? There's no woods that we can go to. All right, let's bribe the cook into talking since we have money. So I'm going to spend a coin. I'm going to flip over the pub and talk to the guy. Ooh, we got something good here. All right. Money made Rauman much more talkative. We asked him whether the name Lauren meant anything to him. At first he shook his head, but then pondered for a moment and spoke up. Right. Think one of the patrons asked after him too. A couple of days ago. Sat here looking bored, a bit on the chubby side. I'd say he was a merchant of sorts. Try talking to him. Perhaps the mysterious man knew our contact and could tell us where Lauren had stayed or where he was last seen. The information we needed might still be out there somewhere. Available actions. Look for the patron who inquired after Lauren. Time passed also, by the way. It's 8 p.m. Okay. Well, we were going to go to sleep, but it feels to me like if we could get one more, if we could open this up, then we might know where we could put our final surveillance and search before we die. Jonathan says in the chat, Anna wanted to talk to the patrons. Where is the patrons' place? Talk to the guests in the inn. I see. That would be a good one too. I almost missed that we've got that option. That's over here at the inn. So we could talk to the guests at the inn. But why don't we look for the patron who inquired after Lauren, which might be the same. Oh, look what it is. Look what it is. Talk to the guests at the inn is card 20. Look for the patron who inquired after Lauren is 20B. So it's almost like this is the shortcut to going here and then deciding to talk to the flip it over. So that's what it is. Card 20 is we're gonna talk to them and then we're gonna flip it over to get to 20B. So in a sense, this is a shortcut. Not a shortcut because we had to pay money for this, but okay, it's the same basic answer. But Anna says, never mind, look for the patron, but it's going to be the same answer. This is sending us to the inn to talk to the first person. All right, so we're going to do this, and then we're going to have to go to sleep, but hopefully we'll get enough information to search for that person. So 20B. But we're also told a little bit about this person who asked for him. So the person who asked was Trader. He was a trader, Trader. He was chubby. Been there 3 days. A couple of days ago, sat here bored. Trader. And then if we look at the horses, who is the merchant, he said. Okay, then there's Tall Red House. Some trader brought him in, arrived 3 days ago after dusk, wet, ran to the shelter. So that's who we're looking for, the owner of the Tall Red Horse. And that's not Lauren. I originally thought that was Lauren. But it's the person also looking for Lauren. Okay. So let's try to find... That's right. The informant is Lauren. No. Who's Warren? Okay. Let's try to look for this merchant who arrived 3 days ago who was also looking for Lauren. 20B. This is going to clock time ahead and we have to go to sleep soon. Okay, 20B. We spotted a heavy-set man strolling past the inn and decided to approach him. He said he was a merchant and had arrived here on the 9th. The same day, he met a bored guest who introduced himself as Lauren. Lauren claimed he was also a merchant of sorts, peddling information. The man reported that Lauren was in good spirits and planned to leave as soon as he received payment for his information. Lauren spent 2 nights at the inn, and the last time the merchant saw him was the morning of the 11th, when Lauren walked past the stable toward the farm. After that, the merchant spent the whole day at the inn but never saw Warren again. He said there was no possibility that Warren had left without being noticed. What piqued the man's interest, though, was that Corbin himself went to tidy up the room for the next guest. Usually Vera took care of that, since it was the kind of job that was supposedly beneath the innkeeper himself. What's more, Corbin carried something to his own room after he left. We thanked him for the conversation and left. At least now we know there was no use searching Warren's old room. Even if any documents had been there, by now they had surely been taken elsewhere. 20B. So we've got the innkeeper, Corbin, stole something from room. And knows that Warren is gone, right? And he's Warren last seen walking towards the farm. What horse do we think is Warren's? Maybe he didn't arrive by horse. Do we still suspect the lute player? Now I suspect he's dead on the farm. So here's what I think we should do. I think maybe we use our last tokens right before we go to sleep. We use our last tokens on the farm, I wonder. So here are the choices as I see. We're about ready to go to sleep in the inn where Corbin lives, who runs it. I hope he won't kill us at night. But we could use these last two tokens. Remember, they're going to refresh, so no reason not to use them. We could use these last two on the farm, or we could use one on the inn to see if we could find the document that the guy that Corbin stole, or whatever he stole. So we could search the inn and surveil the farm, or vice versa. What do you think we should do? We're going to sleep at the inn. Do we spend both of these tokens on the farm, or do we spend both of them on the inn, or some combination? I guess we believe this document is in the inn, so it would make sense to search the inn, right? Maybe we surveil the farm and search the inn. We'd kind of like to search both. It's too bad we searched the campsite. It would have been much better to be able to search the farm and the inn. I think I want to do one thing at one place. Since we want to search the inn, I'm going to search the inn and surveil the farm. All right, so we're going to search the inn and surveil the farm. It's tempting to surveil the inn too, but I mean, we could surveil and search the inn and then go to the farm in the morning. That's a tough decision. Anna says, I don't think we can use two tokens in one place. I think you might be right. Because you can't do a special action in the same place. So that solves that. So we're going to search the inn with the raider, and we're going to surveil the farm with the spy. No, sorry, we searched the inn with the thief. Surveil with the spy, and the raider will stay awake to watch over us. So we put these things here 3 time steps ahead, but it's not going to matter because their next action is going to be to go to sleep, right? So we put these 3 steps ahead. In is done. All right. So now we're going to choose this action to pay to go to sleep instead of camping out, right? It's a little nerve-wracking to sleep where this guy, the innkeeper, might be killing people off. But on the other hand, we maybe can gain some information. Okay, so we're going to stay for the night. It's now 8 p.m., so we're going to spend a coin. So we're spending a coin, which I'm paying for here, to read card 19. It's now 8 p.m., so let's see how fatigue works. Well, that's a big card. We paid for a room at the inn and had a comfortable rest. You can choose to either rest now and follow the steps below or gain +1 fatigue to use the available night action on this card. If you choose the night action, skip the steps below and flip this card. Wow, look at this. That's kind of fascinating. So we can rest now and follow these steps. Let's read what this was. Or gain a fatigue and flip the card. All right, so let's see. If we were to rest, we'd replenish all... Oh, so as soon as we... Let's read this. Okay. We grouped, started surveillance or search, rested. All active search and surveillance don't trigger when you rest. Draw the corresponding special action cards, then resolve the rest card. So before we do all this, we're going to trigger this. Trigger when you rest. So we decided to rest at the inn, right? Stay for the night. Well, we didn't rest. You can choose to rest now and follow the steps. So we haven't rested yet. Okay, we haven't rested yet. We have to decide whether to rest or flip. As soon as we rest it, we're going to draw those cards. All right, if we decide to rest, we'd replenish our tokens. Count up your group's fatigue. Add +1 fatigue for each red bar on the current space of the meter. And then add +1 for each wound you have. Then go to 6 a.m. For each fatigue point you have, either move the current time 1 hour forward or discard one special action token, which can be surveillance, search, or raid. If you have 6+ fatigue, your investigation is over. Reveal card 32. So, count up your group's fatigue. Add 1 for each red bar on the current space of the time meter. So we need to decide whether this is 2 bars or 1. I think it's 2 bars. It's two separate bars. So we'd count up. If we sleep now, we'd have 2 fatigue. I think if we're saying that this counts as these 2 things are 2 different bars, that's 2 bars. So we would take 2 fatigue. Then, for each fatigue, we go forward a time, or we throw away one of our tokens. And if we ever have 6 or more, the investigation is over. Yeah, there's no discussion of half, so it's got to be that. All right. Then we reveal card 21 and remove this card. Or instead of resting right now, we could send a character to keep watch and take a fatigue. That's interesting. Do we think this guy's going to try to rob us? And then presumably when we flip this over, we'll have these options again. Somehow I don't think this game can end when we get to noon. Can it? It would be over too soon. I think the case is gonna go on because there's too many more cards here. So I don't think the game really is gonna end at noon tomorrow. Do we want to keep watch? I don't feel like this guy's gonna... All right, let's read this. I think if we put a token on the inn, we cannot spend the money and sleep there because that was an action on the card. Aha. Yes, you've got a very good point. And then, okay, we're going to have to figure out how to solve that in a second, but let's see. One fatigue is 1 dot, but at the end of the day, you count bars, not dots. All right, let's read this. So are you saying there's 2 bars? Is Anna saying that there's 2 rows? Do you mean a bar is a row? Count up your group's fatigue. Add 1 fatigue for each red bar. I don't think I agree. I mean, look. There's no dots and bars. Each dot is a bar. There's no... Anna says 1 dot is half a bar. I don't think there's any discussion of half dots, half bars. That would be clarified. Everything is in a grid here. Each little bar is its own. It was a very poor decision here, but it sure looks to me like there's 1 bar, 2 bars, 6 bars, 7 bars, 8 bars. If you look at them both side by side, I mean... It's clear. It's going 1 bar, 2 bar, 3 bar, 4 bar, 5 bar, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Why it lets you get more? Maybe that's for a different quest. But there's no... The game has never mentioned anything but a bar of fatigue. There's no sense of half points, no sense of dots. It's just... A bar is a bar. We're on 8 p.m. There's 2... bars there at 8 p.m. That's, to me, that's the only way to read it. I don't know why it's going top to bottom, left to right. None of that doesn't make sense. It's very poorly explained, but that's just, there's no mention of anything but a bar, and that is a bar. So for each bar we got a +1 fatigue. So we're going to sleep at 8. That's 2. All right, so now we've got to decide how to handle this problem that we cheated. Anna says, show me the card with the rule. All right, let's take a look at this. It is important for us to understand this. Let's get these out. It's 8 p.m. here. Okay. So let's go into a super close-up of this. All right. If you don't rest at 6 p.m., you'll accumulate fatigue points, which are the red bars on the time track. Accumulating fatigue penalizes you at the start of each new day. If the group ever reaches, there we go, 6 fatigue, and it shows 6 bars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that helps clarify it. 6 fatigue is shown by 6 dots, 6 filled rectangles. So each filled rectangle is a fatigue. So 8 p.m. has 2, 7 p.m. has 1. It's just a very poor choice of how these are filled in. Very confusing. And very confusing that it's 6 when it goes up to 11. But it doesn't matter. It's now very clear that 6 fatigue is here at midnight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You just count the 6 red squares. Okay, so 8 p.m. is 2 fatigue. We've at least clarified that. All right, now let's back up and figure out how we want to fix this problem. So it's 8 p.m. or at 7 p.m. we decided to search the inn and surveil the farm. But as Anna points out, we're at the inn. If we search it and have a pending search, we're not allowed to rest there, which is this card we took out. So we got 2 choices. We can either keep searching the inn and go rest in the campsite, which feels like what we would have done. I think John says it's good we came back and clarify, and Anna says what I say, which is it would have been better to have a rule book. Yeah, just go ahead and make a rule book. That's a very poor. That fatigue is very confusing thing, and if you had a rule book, you could do it on cards, but you would take your time with the rule book. Okay, regardless. Let's decide now how to solve this. I feel like the easiest way to fix it is to just remove the search from there and search somewhere else, because we've already seen this inn card. But on the other hand, I think resting at the campsite is going to be almost identical, and I feel like we're so sure that there's something to search at the inn that we probably would have slept at the camp and searched at the inn. So I'm going to say either fix is okay. Let's just decide. There was the night action to keep watch at the inn. So I think we should sleep at the campsite, not the inn. I like that better. We suspect the inn, so we're going to search the inn but sleep at the campsite. So I'm going to put card 19 back, pretend we never saw it. Didn't reveal much. Instead, we're going to keep our search for the inn going, and we're going to go sleep at the camp for the night at 13. So instead of that 19 card, so we're going to get our coin back. We're not going to pay the innkeeper. And we're going to search. I like this better anyway. We don't trust the innkeeper. Let's not search. I was thinking we'd sleep there and maybe we'd get some knowledge also, but we don't trust that guy anyway. So 13. Let's see if 13 looks any different. Camp for the night at 13. All right, okay. It's basically the same, so we didn't see anything. In fact, it looks exactly the same. Okay, so nothing lost. Camp. We decided the safest course was to spend the night in our woodland camp away from prying eyes. It seemed prudent to set a watch, but doing so would mean we'd get less proper rest. You can choose to either rest now, follow the steps below, or gain a fatigue to use the available night action down here, which is to keep watch. So it's exactly the same card. The consequences are exactly the same. Replenish, take a fatigue for each bar, set the turn time to 6 a.m. Actually, that's okay, so it's slightly different. We wake up a little later at the campsite. 7 a.m. For each fatigue point, we have to move ahead or discard an action token. Okay. Then it says reveal 16 from the surveillance deck. Yikes. That's weird. Remove card 16 from the surveillance deck. Or reveal 16. And remove this card from play. Well, we can't back down now, so we don't have a choice. That's scary. Huh. I wonder what we will have missed out by slapping. Yeah. Okay, either way, I think we should probably set a watch and take a fatigue, right? Because we're in the campsite, so I think we should do that. So I'm going to give us a +1 fatigue, which we'll use we'll use this to help us keep track of. I'll just put that on the time counter. We're going to keep watch, so I'm going to flip this over. Okay, so now we're doing... You can choose to rest now. If you choose the night action, skip the steps below. I'm a little confused now. As Jonathan says, we still have to reveal, and we still have to resolve our surveillance and searches. That says we do that before we take a rest. But then it says you can rest now, follow the steps below, or gain a fatigue and flip. But if you flip over, it's clearly doing the rest stuff. Sorry, it's clearly doing the rest stuff, but it doesn't say it's a rest action. So I think the way to read it is that we're getting an extra fatigue, which I've added here. Now we're flipping to do this, but this is the rest step. So I think before we do this, we have to do these things that were pending on us to do. The rules, it would be nice if the rules were a little clearer about that. They trigger when you rest. So then do the rest. All right, so we're going to trigger these. So these stay on here, but these, whoops, these go away. So we're going to resolve these. So we surveilled at the farm and we searched at the inn. So let's do that right now. So we searched at 4 and we surveilled at the farm because we knew we would get these back, these tokens back. That's why we wanted to do some searching and surveillance. That's a weird thing. When you sleep, you resolve those. All right, so these go away. The rules, the FAQ says we draw them and then resolve. So I don't know if we look at them. Let's just say we draw them but don't look at them yet. But then as soon as we rest, all right, so I get, it says draw them. Do we do them? I guess we do them. It's right before we're resting we're doing this. Okay, let's do this before we do the resting. It's very weird. But let's do it one at a time. And then we'll do this. Okay, then we'll resolve the rest. It says draw them right away. But it doesn't say to reveal them. But I guess when you draw it, you got to reveal it. So let's do this. So first we're surveilling the farm. I approached the farmer's house and took position near... Oh, this is our spy talking. I approached the farmer's house and took position near a huge tree surrounded by thick underbrush from where I could see the whole farm. 2 people were in the house, a thick-set older man and a broad-shouldered young man. I made my way closer to the window to keep an eye on them. Their attention was occupied by household chores for a while. Then the older man lay down to rest while the younger one took some clean clothes from the shelf, changed, and then left the house. I decided to follow him. The young man headed toward the forest, staring into the distance every now and then as if looking out for someone. He reached the forest and started to walk along the edge until he arrived at a clearing framed by some raspberry bushes. There he sat down on a tree stump and started quietly whistling a tune, but frequently stood up to take a look in the direction of the inn. In about a quarter of an hour, he fished a small handkerchief from his pocket, pressed it to his face, and breathed in. Then folded it again and put it back into the pocket of his shirt. Oh, it's some lady's handkerchief he's breathing in. The man spent about an hour in the clearing. No one came to meet him, so he finally stood up and headed back home. Halfway back, he suddenly turned deeper into the forest. I almost lost his tracks, but still managed to follow him to a small ravine deep in the woods. The man looked intensely into the ravine for a short while and walked directly home after that. Flip card 26 so that 26B is revealed, and reveal card 11 from the surveillance deck. Okay, so a bunch of chain reactions are happening here. So surveillance 11 came out, and 26 flips over, so that now we see the ravine is a new location that just got added. Okay. And then 11 came out. Let's read that. I was about to give up on my task, but then a tall, lean man in a black shirt approached the young man. They moved away to a more discreet place behind the wall and the bushes. My position only allowed me to observe them from afar, and as such I couldn't hear their words, but their gestures betrayed their unease. The tall man was chiding the young one in a loud voice. The youth just shook his head or shrugged helplessly. Suddenly an old man came out into the yard and called for Sarek. The tall one immediately made his escape, striving not to be seen, while the youth approached the old man and led him back into the house, talking to him about something. A new action is examine the ravine in the woods. Okay, so at the farm is an old man and a young man, and we know the young man's name is Sarek. And then he met, so Sarek met a tall man that we don't know who that is. Tall man chided him. And Sarek might be in love with a girl in the village. In the inn. Maybe he likes the sister Vera. And we know they're uneasy. Alright, and then this is a new location in our set. Okay, and then here was our search of the inn. Jonathan says, rule clarification. We decided to rest, so we draw the rest card. Do we resolve all our special actions before flipping here to this? It's very confusing because the reason I wasn't sure about that is because look what this card says. The FAQ says when you rest, as soon as you rest, your events trigger. So we triggered just our events when you rest. This card says, do you want to rest now or do the night action? So I was wondering, do you do the night action and you haven't rested yet? But then the back of this card doesn't say when you're ready to rest, do this. So it's almost like they didn't anticipate this thing of doing these time things. So maybe our sort of house rule is that resolving the rest card, is the rest action. So when we do this card, we're doing rest. So we have to do this before we make this decision. So this isn't flipped yet. We haven't taken an extra fatigue. I think, Jonathan, that makes more sense. So before we've done this camp stuff, we're doing this, and then we'll decide whether to set a watch and do all that. Okay, here's our search of the inn. The inn was a tough place to search properly, since the guests and the help were coming and going almost constantly. I waited for the best possible moment given the circumstances. When most of the guests and the innkeeper were away, I quickly picked the lock on the door to his room. Awesome, that's what we wanted. The room was in disarray, uncharacteristically for such a pedantic-sounding business owner. There was a heap of papers all over the table, which I immediately checked. Various orders and computations, delivery contracts, work schedules, and other information we had no interest in. It seemed the innkeeper was in charge of the tavern as well, which made sense. In his wardrobe, I found several items, clothing, including a pair of identical black shirts and a woven belt. One of the shirts was a bit torn, and a small piece of cloth was missing. That's the cloth, maybe, that we found at the campsite remains. Remember, we found a piece of black cloth. I was on my way out when I noticed scratches on the floor, indicating that the wardrobe had been moved multiple times. Reveal card 11 from the search deck. All right. So we're going to resolve that now. So we should note here, though, that in 4 is torn black cloth in Corbin's room and a moved wardrobe that we're presumably going to be investigating now. Okay, so that can leave the game. And let's see what we find here. Oh, look at this. As quietly as I could, I pushed the wardrobe to the side with both hands. Behind it, there was an alcove with a heavy oaken chest. Through the window, I saw a tall person in a black shirt approaching. I didn't have much time, but I still decided to risk being discovered and reached for my lockpicks. A minute later, the massive lid swung open. The chest contained various gold and silver jewelry, sacks of coins, carved figurines, and other valuable items. Examining all of them was out of the question. I quickly closed the chest, pushed back the wardrobe with extreme care, and snuck out the innkeeper's room. The return of the innkeeper meant the end of my search. So we think he's probably killing off people in his inn and robbing them. Okay. So this goes in our done pile. And innkeeper killing and robbing, question mark. All right. Now we're back to our rest action. All right. Same thing though. We're still going to choose to take a night action. So we're going to take extra fatigue to flip this over. Okay, now let's see what we got and how it's different. It looks like it's the same text in this box, whether you sleep or not, but some different stuff here. All right. So it looks like it's exactly the same, but here we would reveal 16 from surveillance. And here we get 16 from surveillance, but also 10 from surveillance. So basically an extra card by setting a watch. All right, replenish all tokens. So now I guess these guys woke up. Now replenish all tokens. So I'm reading that to mean if we still had all of our tokens, we don't get any benefit from saving any. We just get them filled up to max. So the fact that we didn't use this raid token, well, raid doesn't replenish anyway. All right, so we just reset to our baseline amount, 2 searches and 1 mask. So that's interesting. It makes it maybe more appealing to have brought the assassin. No, I think we still did the right thing. But the search and surveil really constantly refresh is a big deal, but you also refresh to maximum. So saving any doesn't help you at all. Okay, count up your group's fatigue. So we went to sleep at 8 p.m. That's 2 fatigue, plus we had 1 more. So the end of the first night, oops, we had 3 fatigue. Then we set the current time to 7 a.m. We don't need this. Oh, we got 3 fatigue. Let's do it this way. There's our 3 fatigue. From the sleeping, 2 from staying up till 8 p.m., 1 from setting a night watch. We set the clock to 7 a.m. Now, for each of our 3 fatigue points, we either move the clock forward by an hour or discard a special action. Now, I know we don't want to discard any of our 2 searches and surveil, but do we want to discard a raid? It's our only raid. Might we need that, or might we not? So I know we're going to have to go ahead 2 hours because I know we're not going to want to throw out our search stuff. So we're going to go ahead right away 2 hours. And then I ask the chat, shall we throw away our ability to do a raid Remember, a raid would get us a card from the raid deck at each location. So if we think he's being held hostage somewhere, that might be the way to retrieve him. But I think he's dead. And maybe we should sneak around. We can't throw away our money. I guess I'm inclined to keep it in case we want to do a raid at the end. Because without this token, we don't even have that option. At least now we'll be able to push ourselves. Well, is it really going to end at noon? So, I mean, if so, that's a huge deal. That's crazy that it would end at noon. I don't believe it. Because if it ends at noon, then we have one more chance to search out of our first thing, and that's even if we don't move ahead. So I think we do have to get rid of this, because if we don't get rid of this, we might not even have enough time in this game. Here's why I don't think we can keep it, Anna. If it's true that this game's going to end at noon, then the only possible way for us to conduct a search or a surveillance is to do it as our first action and to spend this raid if we really believe the game's going to end at noon. Can it really end at noon? I'm going to get rid of the raid because I think we might not have enough time to do anything. We need that time. We need 3 hours to be before noon. So I'm going to throw away the raid. That's terrifying, but I think it's the only thing to do. And it says raid triggers right away. Yes, raid triggers right away, but my point is, yes, you don't have to wait to raid, but if we wanted to do any searches or surveillance, we wouldn't have time to do them, is my point. Like, if we think the game really ends at noon, then there's 2 choices. Either these are useful, and we do them, and we'll get them revealed before noon, or if we don't spend this, time goes to 10 a.m., and then we only have 2 hours until the game ends, so that none of these would work. If we don't spend this, and the game ends at noon, these cannot be used. So we're wasting 3 tokens. in order to keep our raid. So I think the only chance of us, if we think the game's really going to end at noon, is to throw away this raid and then use our 3 things here. And we'll just have time to finish them. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw away the raid to keep the clock from going to 10 a.m. Now we have 3 hours before the game tells us it's going to end. All right, if you have 6 fatigue, your investigation is over. It's not. Now we reveal card. This is our last one we paid for. Now we reveal card 10 from the surveillance and 16 from the surveillance. So there's 10, and there's 16. And then this goes away. All right, card 10 says, the clouds in the night sky stole most of the moonlight. The dim oil lamps outside the door to the inn lit an area only a few steps across. I strained my eyes, staring into the darkness, looking out for a glimmer of movement, but to no avail. The street was devoid of all life. If the locations, the farm and the landlord house, both don't have raid tokens. So in other words, if you haven't raided the farm or the landlord house, reveal surveillance 15. Okay. If you haven't raided, so I guess if you raided them, this would have come out maybe. All right, there's that. So I guess we now got to do that. In the dark, I almost missed a large dark figure strolling through the field towards the landlord's house. I sped to catch up with the stranger, but only managed to see an upstairs window close as I approached the house. Naturally, I kept watch, and about an hour later the window opened again. I made out only a couple whispered phrases. Where did you get that from? I told you. I found a hoard in the forest ravine. Then a tall, broad-shouldered man climbed out, skillfully making his way to the ground. He quickly headed toward the field and soon disappeared from sight. And then we can look for the ravine. So we've already found it. So where did that happen? The street at night, the street outside the inn, maybe. So this was a weird thing. A dark figure hides strolling through the field toward the landlord's house. Ah. He went to the landlord's house. Then the door opens at the landlord's house. Where did you find that? I found it, a hoard in the forest ravine. Then a broad-shouldered guy climbs out of the house. Is this the worker at the landlord's house that we talked to? Around the house, asked the servant whether his master. Servant cutting the wood in the yard. So I wonder if this is the servant of the house. He's talking to someone. Where did you get that from? And the person that he sees wandering is a dark figure. Don't know who that is. This person goes to the field. Okay, so this stays out. We can go look for the ravine, which we've already found. We went to the pub. We did that. Where's our ravine? Where's our card with the ravine? Oh yeah, here. So this one. So look for the ravine, examine the ravine. So we've already found the ravine, so we don't really need to look for the ravine. All right, and here's our last action from staying up at night. In the dead of the night, our lookout noticed several unknown men sneaking along the road towards the inn. Before reaching the ruins, they turned towards the campsite remains we found earlier. There were 6 of them, armed, and all in all, they looked like highwaymen. Soon another person appeared from the direction of the inn, a tall man in a black shirt. Ah, that's the innkeeper. So that's, again, innkeeper here. He avoided the road, trying to remain unseen. After approaching the campsite, he greeted one of the men, probably their leader. Their conversation was brief. The man in the black shirt said he had new goods and set the next meeting in a couple of days. Hope the mare will be no worse than last time, a bandit uttered in a hoarse voice. And what about valuables? There could be more of them. Perhaps the big guy is grabbing something. You keep an eye on him. After exchanging a few more words, the men said their goodbyes and left the same way they arrived. Okay, so our innkeeper is teaming up with highwaymen to rob people. And it looks like he gave them the Lauren's horse after he robbed Lauren. So the forest... The forest isn't a place we can search or anything. It's just a card that goes out of play. The street is the ravine. We're not going to be doing that. So, do we think the ravine is maybe where they killed him? All right. I think we need to take a break. It's been 2 hours, so we've been kind of wrapped up in this. We'll take an 8-minute break. I'll see you back here in 8 minutes. That long fade in from break is really disorienting. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We think we're almost at the end of this case. It's very disorienting how time is passing in this game. I haven't wrapped my head around how quickly it's happening. We were talking in the chat what we should do here. To recap, we got these last couple of cards at the end of the night, where we're watching what looks like the innkeeper go to the forest, through the street and the forest. Where'd you get that from? He goes to the landlord's house. It looks like the landlord is saying, "Where'd you get that from? I told you I found it. I found a hoard in the forest ravine." Oh, he's saying he found a hoard in the forest ravine, but maybe he's lying and he's really got it by robbing the person. And then in the forest, we hear that it looks like the innkeeper goes to the campsite remains, which are here, which we've already searched. And there's 6 of them armed. They look like highwaymen. Then the innkeeper comes, the tall man in the black shirt, who's sneaking around. And then he greets the highwaymen and he says, you know, hope there's more next time. Hope the mayor will be no worse than the last time, the bandit. What about valuables? There could be more of them. Perhaps the big guy is grabbing something. You keep an eye on him. It sounds like he's telling the current residents of the inn that they're going to rob. Let's read this again. Hope the mayor will be no worse than the last time, the bandit utters in a hoarse voice. And what about valuables? There could be more of them. But perhaps the big guy is grabbing something. You keep an eye on him. Who are they talking about? Us? After exchanging a few more words, the men said their goodbye and left the same way they arrived. So the innkeeper is meeting up with the highway robbery people, planning more robberies and murders. Okay, so, and somehow the young kid at the farm is involved. And we saw when we tracked the young kid at the farm, he went to the ravine and looked into it very weirdly. That was our farm entries. He went into a small ravine deep in the woods. He looked intensely into the ravine for a short while and then walked directly home after that, after he smelled his handkerchief. The big guy is young Sarek. Yes, you might be right. Okay, so now, here I want to talk about what to do next. At the end of the night, we acquired 3 fatigue from staying up late and then from keeping night watch. We woke up at 7 a.m. So I want to back up this a little bit. I'm going to back up and do this again just so we know what we did. Okay, so we were in this situation. We woke up at 7. We had 3 fatigue. It says for each of these 3 fatigue, we either have to move the clock ahead 1 or discard here. So I said, let's discard the ability to have a raid to get rid of 1 of our fatigue. Now we have 2 more fatigue to get rid of. And I said, okay, we want to keep these so we can do searches and surveillance. So we're going to move our clock ahead 2 time. My theory was then, if the game's going to end at noon, and when you do one of these things, you have to set it 3 hours ahead, that would be at noon, we would have to start out the day, plant these tokens, and then they would just come due right as the game was ending. So that's how we started the day. But then I realized, well, wait a second. If we want to search the ravine, then we can't go to the ravine. If we go to the ravine and a time clicks by, it'll be 10 a.m. and too late. So I think we should rewind a tiny bit and get rid of one of these extra search tokens just so that we have enough time to go to the ravine and then search it. So that's what I'm thinking we should do here. So before we continue on, we've got this situation. Let me check in with the chat. Anna says, but if it ends at noon, we could have even 5 fatigue. I don't know what that means, Anna. The game says it ends at noon. When the time ticker reaches 12 p.m. on the second day, your investigation ends and card 52 is revealed. So it's when we hit noon, the game ends. So we're not allowed to fatigue past noon. We've spent our fatigue. We don't have any leftover fatigue. The fatigue isn't gonna... Anna says we should have stayed up later. If we had stayed up later, though, then we would be further advanced on the second day. So for each turn we spent at night, we'd have to lose a time in the morning. So it doesn't help us to stay up later. The question is whether we want time or these things. Maybe we need time more than we need these things. I'm going to throw away another. I'm sort of going back in time, but I don't feel like we learned anything that was important. And for this game, since we're learning it, I think it's okay. So I'm going to throw away another search to get rid of another fatigue. And now I am going to eat this with the time. So now it's 8 a.m. 8 a.m. we have a search and we have a fatigue token we can spend, and we have lots of money that we don't need. And now we've woken up. Okay. So now my suggestion is that we go to the ravine. That will make it 9 a.m. And then we'll have enough time to conduct one of these things in the ravine if we need it. Are we required to lose those fatigue is the question. Let's look at this rule. There's more confusion about how to handle this fatigue thing, but let's see. For each fatigue point you have, either move the time 1 hour forward or discard a special token from your pool. So you don't have a choice. When you wake up, you got to use your fatigue. And it doesn't look like it accumulates over days. It's just that you get it in the morning, you have to pay for it. You pay for it either with tokens or you pay for it with time. Maybe we should give up surveilling. And maybe that time is more valuable than being able to do this. In fact, I think it is, now that I think about it, because we don't have time to do this stuff. So I'm going to throw away the surveillance and back us up to full 7 a.m. That's weird, but I think at this point, we need time more than we need these, especially since they cost us so much. We have to wait 3 hours. So, okay, so we've spent tokens to wake up at 7 a.m. So we have the longest day. All we have is 1 search token to spend. I mean, we've got coins, but they're useless to us in combat. So all we have is a search token, but now we have a little bit more time. All right, so now let's go to that ravine. Examine the ravine in the woods, 22. That's the action we're taking. This can go away now because it's got nothing else besides that. And that gives us 22. It's crazy how it's crazy to think that this game is really going to be ending at noon when there's so many cards left. Look at this. 2 time clocks. The smell of death and decay hit us before we even got close to the ravine. As we laid eyes on it, we saw a gruesome picture. Remains of several humans were there, already visited by hungry beasts. All that remained were ragged bones, aside from one fresh corpse that the predators hadn't yet torn to pieces. It was a somewhat heavy-set man with a woven bag laid next to him. Someone had evidently searched it for valuables, but only found a handful of scrolls. We found our guy and we found the information we need, which they discarded as worthless. Those scrolls, however, were exactly what we were hoping to obtain. The route to Rotwood. The writings told us we needed to keep to the main road until we reached the village with the ruins of an old stone tower, then take the forest path to the north. There were a few drawings of landmarks along the way. Most notable of these was a giant rock shaped like a wolf's head. Now that we had what we needed, we decided we had enough time to bury the remains. This was the least we could do. After that, we were ready to set out to Rotwood, but we'd seen enough to grow concerned about what was happening in this place. We decided to postpone our departure until the scheduled time. So we found the body. We tracked it down. We put things together. We found the body. It took us extra time because we buried the body. Now, we flip this card to reveal a keyword and keep it for future scenarios. And it said we're going to wait till noon. We're not going to depart early because we're going to investigate this corrupt town a little bit more. Okay, so flip this card, keep it for future scenarios. Look at that. The final resting spot. There are all the scrolls. Final rest. Whatever that means. All right, so we get, whoops. We get this that we put in our thing. So 22 Ravine was keyword. For future scenarios, final rest. All right, and then this is done. We'll put it aside specially. All right, so now it's 9 a.m. We've got 2 more hours, or 3 more hours, before the game ends, so we could wrap up this town and arrest these people. So, we've got 1 search token and just enough time if we search right now before time passes. So the question is, where do we want to search? It's too bad we can't surveil, but where do we want to search? And then where do we want to go for our last 2 times? Yes, 2 times. We've got 2 more actions left. Well, we could search the farm and see where what that kid is hiding. We could search the ravine. And it says right down the route. Well, we'll keep this. We'll keep this 22 ravine. I'll make a note. Do you think the game's going to be ending now? Or are we going to go along our way? I think this is the end of the scenario. That's just the second scenario is going to be us on our way to Rotwood. So here's the thing. We have to search now before time passes because it's the only chance we're going to get to search. And then we can decide where to go. So we haven't been to the smithy at all. We know he was talking to someone in the landlord's house. It makes most sense for me to either search the ravine or the farm. We've already visited the ravine. We could search the farm. We could search the farm. We could search the smithy. We could search the ravine. Let's read what it says about the ravine. So, smell of death, bones, just one corpse that they hadn't torn to pieces, and it has what we need. So this is where they're throwing the bodies. So maybe we found what we needed. We don't expect to see anything more. All right, so let's not search the ravine. If we go to the smithy, we're probably likely to have weapons and stuff that we don't really need. But we could find out whether the smithy's involved in this too. You can also search the landlord's house. The landlord is the one other person that we think is slightly could be involved, right? He heads towards the landlord house. He sees an upstairs window close as he approaches the house. An hour later, it opens again. Let's search the smithy. Maybe he's melting down valuables. That's an interesting idea. I'm going to disagree. I'm going to say we go to the smithy, but we should search the landlord's house, because the landlord is the one person that seems to be involved in this. If this guy goes towards the landlord house. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use our last search to search the landlord's house, because we got a clue that he was involved. But then we'll go to the smithy. All right, are we okay about that? I think that's the thing to do. I want to search around that landlord's house. I don't feel like searching the smithy before we visit the smithy, but we'll go to the smithy. Okay, so we've done that, and now our next action is going to be to go to the smithy. So visit the smithy is 28. We haven't visited the farm either. Have we? Or we just surveilled it? Okay, here's the smithy. I would have loved to go to the smithy first and then search it, but we can't because we don't have enough time. So here's the smithy. We approached the stone-built smithy. Loud sounds of metal on metal emanated from inside, and a pillar of thick gray smoke rose from the chimney. We opened the door and walked in to find the place littered with tools and appliances. A bucket full of water was standing on the corner with some pieces of metal sticking out. The smith, a bald-headed man with a dark curly beard, wore a thick apron over a gray canvas shirt. A young apprentice was operating the bellows at the forge. We greeted both men and asked about their business. The smith, who introduced himself as Vichako, and his son Tormiz. I need my glasses to get the letters of non-English words. Thomas's. Said business was slow. Most travelers barely needed anything aside from horseshoes. The young man just nodded goofily. We asked the smith whether any recent requests were out of the ordinary. Nah, nothing like that. One wanted some tools fixed, the other some jewelry reforged. Thomas here can testify to that. The smith nodded towards his little helper, and Thomas's sheepishly smiled. All right, I should go run some errands, Vichako said, and suddenly headed outside so we can talk to the apprentice, or we can pay a coin to bribe the smith into talking. I thought it said coins aren't replenished between scenarios. I kind of want to know that now, because I need to know whether we need to keep these coins between scenarios. So maybe we'll check into that before we decide this. Did I advance time? 1, 2, 3. I didn't advance time yet, so it's 10 a.m. now. All right. So now, and let's say the thief was the one, the spy was the one who's searching. All right. So now, where was the rule about replenishing stuff? It says, surveillance and search are replenished when you rest. This one says coin tokens are never replenished. Am I imagining it in thinking I read that coins go beyond a scenario? I'm trying to think whether we need to save coins for the next scenario. Does anyone remember? I mean, I know I read it as saying that coins don't refresh between scenarios, but I wonder now if I read it wrong and it was saying between rests. Let's see what the chat remembers. I suppose we have enough coins either way. So let's spend a coin to bribe the smithy, just because the goofy kid doesn't seem like he knows much, and we might as well spend money. Jonathan says, I'm not even sure we can change the party between scenarios. I don't either. All right, I'm spending a coin to bribe the smithy. So we're flipping this over. Again, time passes. It's now 11 a.m. If there's not much work around, money should be scarce, no? We lay a coin across the anvil. You can become a bit richer if you tell us something that interests us. Vyachko hesitates over the coin, but then grabbed it and put it in his pocket. He took us outside the smithy and told us an intriguing tale. He claimed that Martha, the wife of Mr. Borellis, had showed up there a few months ago wanting a delicate gold chain with an expensive pendant fixed. Vyachko remembered then that he had already fixed the chain before, and for a guest of the inn, no less, some lady who traveled alone. The story still worried the smith, but he didn't know what to do. This was everything the smith had or wanted to say to us. He bade us farewell and disappeared inside the house next to the smithy. So then we can still, if we want to, talk to the apprentice. Okay, so we have put together a picture, which it feels like the game might ask us, of who in the village is involved in this scheme to kill off people. And what have we learned? The landlord's involved. He's getting traded stuff from the innkeeper, and he's giving it to his wife. So landlord and wife are involved in murdering people. The innkeeper is involved in murdering people, robbing them. We don't know if his sister's involved. The cook, we don't know. The pub cook, we don't know, but he told us. We bribed him and he gave us information, so that probably means he's not involved. The stable keeper kid told us information. He's probably not involved. The farm, we know the little kid's involved, but we don't know if the older father's involved, but probably not, since they're sneaking around. So I feel like we got a pretty good idea of who's in the village doing bad stuff. All right, we've got one more time unit to go. We could talk to the apprentice, doesn't seem useful. We could visit the farm, or we could talk to the landlord owners. It seems like we should probably visit the farm, right? Because we haven't visited the farm yet. Let's go there, even though we're not going to gain much information our first visit there. But what else do we have? We could talk to the guests at the inn. So there's our two choices. We can talk to the guests at the inn. We can go to the farm. What would the audience? Are we sure the landlord's involved, or did just one of his servants come across the ravine and took loot back to the Lord Keeper's house? Well, if the landlord's servant is involved, how does the wife get the necklace? The servant doesn't give a necklace to the wife. That's a good way to get yourself killed. So I think the servant has to be working for the master, or it was the master. The young man in the farm gives bribes to the landlord, saying he found them in the ravine. Yeah. But the landlord must know things are... It's true. It could be from farmhand to landlord giving to wife, but really, the guy comes at night saying, hey, I found the stuff in the thing. But you're right. You're right in the sense that he says... The guy who opens the so we actually went to the farm, but it was a surveillance. Yeah. So you're right. He does go to the place and say, I told you, I found them in the ravine. So maybe the landlord doesn't know for sure. Where's our thing? Let's read this thing just so that we can answer this question. But it's at night. He goes to the landlord's house. Upstairs window closed. And then an hour later it opens again. And they're talking. Where did you get that from? I told you I found it in the forest ravine. Looks like he went there to have a little love affair. Is that what it is? Is he sleeping with the servant, the farm working kid? Because he goes there, he sneaks in at night. The upstairs window closes. Then an hour later, it opened again, and he hears them talking. Where'd you get that from? I found a hoard in the forest ravine. Then he climbs out, makes his way to the ground, and goes back to the farm. So maybe they're having a... But still, how does the... Is he having an affair with the landlord or the landlord's servant? It's probably the farmer's affair having an affair with Martha. Yes, Jonathan is right. That's right. It's not a man he's talking to. It's the farmer having an affair with the wife. The gang leader said the mayor will be cooperating. Did he? I like Jonathan's theory. Okay, let's find that. Where did we hear that? It was at the forest. In the ravine. Let's see. He greeted the men. Conversation was brief. The man in the black shirt, this is the innkeeper, says he had new goods and set the next meeting in a couple days. Hope the mayor will be no worse than the last time, Bandit utters. What about the valuables? There could be more of them. Perhaps the big guy is grabbing something. You keep an eye on him. So there's no talk about landlord, but except for the big guy, which could be this or could be the farmer. What about valuables? Perhaps the big guy is grabbing something. You keep an eye on him. What does that mean? Perhaps the big guy is grabbing something. You keep an eye on him. So they didn't mention the mayor, do they? They just mentioned the big guy. All right, so we could visit the farm, or we could talk to the landlord, or we could... That's it. Visit the farm or talk to the landlord. What's your choice? Not mayor. Anna, not mayor. Sorry. That was a mistake in voicing. The mayor. They're talking about the horse. Hope the mayor will be no worse than last time. They're talking about the horse they get from killing the next guy. He's saying, I hope the horse is going to be not worse than last time. Okay, so Jonathan's theory is good. It's the farmhand having the affair with the wife, and that's how he's giving her stuff. So maybe the landlord's not involved, but the wife is. So choice. Do you want to talk to the knock on the door and talk to the landlord? I feel like we can knock on the door and try to talk to them, or do we go to the farm? All right, so here's my proposal. I propose we talk to the landlord, because that's the one we had to work harder for. The farm we could just knock on their door. So I say we go to this one, which we had to actually visit there and then turn this. So I'm going to flip this card as our last action. Okay. That advances time to midnight. So let's read this. We knocked on the heavy wooden door, and a moment later, it was opened by the owner. Despite his age, 60 years at least, Borelli's looked full of energy. His eyes betrayed no weakness or fatigue. "What can I do for you, travelers?" he asked in a deep voice. We decided to keep our mission to ourselves, instead introducing ourselves as itinerant merchants and claiming we were looking for good investments for our master. This place, we said, looked promising due to its closeness to the main roads. Although the war had been over for more than 12 years, people had only started returning to their lands recently. Cities were coming back to life. It was a matter of time until trade resumed in full force. Burley smiled and invited us inside. We happily accepted and followed him into the house, past the small antechamber, and into a spacious hall with a table clearly set for 2 people. One of the plates was untouched. Yeah, okay, so the wife is having an affair and not giving the husband much attention. Then it says, reveal card 31. This was useful in helping us figure out who to trust. Okay. Look at this. He's got a lot to say. And then we're done with this card, I guess. So, gentlemen, I have to say that our prospects are encouraging. Guests are more frequent these days. Back when the inn was built, we could go weeks without one, and now there's always someone staying there. Back when we had, 3 goats, 2 cows, now we have 20 herd here. At some point, the smith came along with his son and stayed here, and had nowhere else to go. Thomas's, his son, isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but at least he can take care of us small tasks on our own. Shoeing horses, repairing tools, that kind of work. The nearest town is a bit far, 70 miles or so, but that also means people heading there need to stay somewhere, eat somewhere. Trade in the capital is on the rise. Merchants hurry here to buy and sell all the time. So as I said, we're doing fine, and we'll be doing even better. I just bought myself a new courser. Set me back quite a few silver pieces, but now I've got 2 great stallions and a mare. You own 3 horses? We inquired. Oh yes, magnificent all of them. Just go and see for yourselves. They're all in the stables. We must have interrupted your meal. Where's your spouse, though? We would be very interested in hearing her opinion as well. Flip this card. Martha's upstairs. You have my permission to go up there and talk to her. If you want, just a word of advice. Women generally know nothing about business. They'd rather stroll in the sun picking flowers. Barely a thought about how a living is earned in this world. She's too young, too. Not much common sense yet. Young? Is she much younger than you? We're pretty forward. Younger, aye. My first wife died a year or so after the war began. Consumption, they say. We barely managed to flee. It was winter, and we spent several weeks just traveling around then after the war. I met Martha, almost literally took her in off the street. It was such a shame watching her live a beggar's life. She was of noble birth, but the war made her an orphan. So we got along. At first she was more like a daughter to me, but she felt differently. A year or so later we got married. Not sure now whether that was the right thing to do. I suppose, I've satisfied your curiosity enough, so I bid you farewell. The landlord made a dismissive gesture and returned to his place at the table. And now we can go upstairs and try to talk to Martha. If we had time, we don't. We did a search, though, at the landlord's house. So let's do that search. 6. See what we got before we end the day. Getting into the landlord's house proved challenging. He spent most of his time inside, and so did his spouse. Their young servant was either busy with his chores in the yard or inside the house as well. At some point, I got lucky. The landlord went out and walked towards the stable, took his horses, I guess, and the servant headed toward the pub. The lady of the house was still inside, but I decided the risk was justified. I entered the house through the side door and examined the ground floor rooms. The interior wasn't exactly lavish, but the portraits on the walls pointed to the noble lineage of its inhabitants. The master bedroom featured a few familial portraits in gilded frames and a series of carved bone figurines inlaid with silver and gold on a shelf at the head of the bed. The clothes were impressive. All of them made from expensive materials. Most of the clothing looked old, though. Well kept, but still weathered, with a few even showing signs of mended tears. There were a few flasks of perfume on the vanity table. The drawer contained a stack of carefully folded handkerchiefs. That's him smelling the handkerchief. Remember the farmhand? This confirms Jonathan's theory. With intricate embroidery. A small chest held several pieces of jewelry. Nothing too large or too expensive, but still a respectable collection. I was about to leave when the landlord's wife came downstairs. Reveal card 12 from the search deck. Okay. I slid into a shadow between the door and the wall and waited for an opportunity to sneak past the woman. The opportunity came soon. She stood by the window for a few moments as if in hesitation, then draped a light shawl around her shoulders, put on her boots, walked out through the side door, and quickly headed towards the woods, anxiously looking around for a little rendezvous. I couldn't pass up the chance to explore the upper floor, but I found nothing worthy of attention. 2 rooms were empty aside from some basic furniture. The third one evidently belonged to the landlord's wife. It had a neatly made single bed, a chair, and a small table covered with a linen cloth. On top of it, there was a small clay vase with some flowers and a book, a collection of ballads. More books were stacked on the shelf. I checked under the mattress and was surprised by a rather large and dainty gold necklace with multiple jewels. Why was it being kept here and not in the master bedroom? Why would anyone hide it under the mattress? At that point, I was startled by the sound of a door opening downstairs. It was time for me to leave. I opened a rear-facing window, slid down to the ground, and made my escape. Okay. That was our final trigger. We've now reached 12 noon. When the time reaches 12 noon on the second day, your investigation ends and read card 32. 32 is revealed. Doesn't say, just says card 32 is revealed. Okay, a lot of cards we haven't seen. Let's see if this case is really over or not. Card 32. You've spent all the time allotted for your investigation, and your search for information is over. To gauge your success, you must now answer several questions about your findings. For each question on the following cards, mark down one answer in your notes. At the end, you will be scored based on whether your answers were correct. Okay, questions. Okay, it says reveal card 33. I don't know why this is double-sided. Looks identical. All right, final questions. Card 33. What happened to your contact? Should we get very close up so you can see these? There we go. 33. What happened to your contact? Okay, question 1 He was killed, right? C. That we know. Who was directly involved in Lauren's disappearance? The farmer's son. So this is exactly what we're talking about. We're trying to find out. It's asking us who in the village is involved in this. So let's see. The farmer's son, yes. Innkeeper, yes. Stable hand, probably not. Landlord's wife. This is directly involved. We know it's the farmer's son and the innkeeper. So let's see. Farmer's son, innkeeper, stable hand, cook. Farmer's son, innkeeper. Farmer's son, innkeeper, stable hand. Innkeeper, stable hand, landlord, not sure. So I think our answer is C, right? The only other choice, if it wasn't C, would be A, if we think the stable hand's involved, but he's like an innocent little kid, so I think C, yeah. Okay, 3. What shady events are unfolding around the inn? The guests' horses are being stolen, the guests are being robbed and killed, the guests are being sold into slavery, the people who worked here. So it's B, guests are being robbed and killed. Okay. All agreed, I think. Sorry, do I need to move this? You can see it better. All right, flip it over. 4. Where is the information we need? It's in the ravine, D. Why did Lauren disappear? He was mistaken for a spy. He was sold into slavery. His information was of interest to a third party. He was a victim of robbery. He was a witness to a crime. All right, so we think again, the answer is D. He was a victim of robbery. They robbed him of his gold and killed him. Didn't care about his information. What landmark will you be looking for in your journey? Okay, that's the one we found at the ravine. I know it's a wolf's head. Giant rock shaped like a wolf's head. We surely are allowed to look at it if we wanted to. Giant rock shaped like a wolf's head. We didn't need to look at it because we remembered. Giant rock shaped like a wolf's head is 6 is B. Okay, reveal card 34. Questions continue. Who last used the remote campsite near the ruins? Lauren, to wait for us away from prying eyes. The black marketeers, the brigands who attacked the travelers on the road, the conspirators for a meeting in private, 2 lovebirds for a meeting in private, or we're not sure. Okay, so let's make sure we know what ruins we're talking about. We're talking about these campsite remains near the ruins. So these, not these. In the ruins, we found the green thread, right? And in the campsite, we found the black cloth of the innkeeper. Let me just remind us. In the ruins, we found the silver green cloth. And then in the campsite remains, we found the black cloth. So we know in the campsite remains, we know the innkeeper was there. So, and we know Lauren was killed on his way towards the farm. So he was killed going this way, I guess. So that's not going to be our guy. So is it the conspirators for a meeting in private? Or is it I guess it's going to be D, the conspirators for a meeting in private? Where does he meet up with the brigands? I think that's in like the forest, right? Yeah, the forest. Sneaking along the road toward the inn, before reaching the ruins, they headed toward the campsite we found earlier. There were 6 of them. Armed and all, they looked like highwaymen. Soon another person appeared from the direction of the inn. So, sounds like the brigands were hanging out there. So, I think maybe it's C. Yeah, because the other conspirators, the farm guy and the wife, she's not there. So I think it's going to be C. Anna says, I thought he was waiting for us there. So 7 we might disagree with, but I think it's going to be the brigands. C. Although, let me see here. They turned towards the campsite remains. This is the brigands. Sneaking along the road towards the inn. There were 6 of them. They looked like highwaymen. He avoided the road. After approaching the campsite, he greeted one of the men. We know the innkeeper was there, though. So, we know the innkeeper was there. So it's either D, the conspirators, or the brigands. Maybe I'm going to change it now to D again. It's either D. I guess if we know it's the innkeeper's black cloth, then we should pick one of the answers that has the innkeeper in it. So for the innkeeper, but Anna thinks it's the Warren is waiting for us and was killed there. That's weird. Campsite remains. Let's read the campsite remains card again. I don't know if we're supposed to be looking at these cards. Oh, look, the clearing at the edge of the forest was well hidden from the local buildings, but open toward the ruins. It was logical that Warren would have waited for us there. Upon examining the tracks, we deduced that more than one person had visited the campsite. There were even multiple hoof prints left a few days ago. It feels like mark down one answer. So this thing is saying it's logical that Warren was there. The brigands, the conspirators for a meeting in private. That's confusing. Who used the remote campsite? I mean, it sounds like it's mostly multiple. It sounds like Warren went there, and then sounds like the innkeeper went there and tore his shirt. Who attacked the travelers on the road. All right, I'm going to change my answer to A again, but it could be D or C. I guess I'm in agreement with Anna. Okay. It just says it seems logical that he would have waited for us there. But didn't we see the last time he was seen, he was headed up towards the farm? I guess that's the same heading up towards the campsite remains too. All right, I'm going to say A, but it could be wrong. 8. Who is the main person of interest related to the shady business around the inn? Sarek, the farmer's son, Martha, the landlord's wife, Corbin, the innkeeper, Master Bryce, the landlord, Vera, the innkeeper's sister, or not sure. All right, so we think 8 is C, the innkeeper. We think he's the mastermind. Flip this score and score your answers. Okay, here we go. Are we ready? Everyone's got our answers in? The only one that seems in any doubt is 7. Does everyone on the record for their answer to 7? I'm going to say A as well. Only because it says the brigands who attack the travelers on the road. That doesn't seem right. They just meet up. Could be conspirators. Could be B. Could be A, C, or D. But I'm going to go with A. Could 5 have been E? Where's 5? Why did Warren disappear? E, he was a witness to a crime. Nah. Oh, that's interesting. Is there a chance Warren stumbled across the ravine and was killed because of that? No, it doesn't. That's too far-fetched. We have no evidence of that. It makes more sense that he would just be killed like all the other guests are being killed. Could be E, though. It's an interesting idea. But we have no evidence of that. All right, here we go. We're ready to answer our final questions. Jonathan, do you want to formally guess that before I flip this over? I guess the theory would be that they stumbled on him at this location and killed him. Seems more logical that they... Okay, Jonathan's going for E just in case. Okay, let's flip this over. Now gauge your success. Less than 12 points, the case remains a mystery to you. We recommend you give it another go. Okay, let's see. So question 1, we said C. That was worth 3 points. Okay, let me show you this. Okay, question 1, we said C is worth 3 points. Question 2, we said C, which is worth 2 points. Actually, D was a better answer. Really? What was question 2? Who was directly involved? The better answer is the farmer, the innkeeper, and the stable hand. Stable hand was involved. Okay. 3, we said B. That was worth 3 points, the maximum. 4, we said D. That's worth 5 points, maximum. 5, we said D. That's 0 points. The correct answer to question 5 was A. Why did he disappear? He was mistaken for a spy. What? Why did he disappear? He was mistaken for a spy. Okay. 6, we said B. That's worth 5 points. That's maximum. 7, we said A. 0 points. In fact, the best answer was B. Who was the who used it last? The right answer was the black marketeers. Not even the brigands, the black marketeers. Although if you had said brigands, you would have gotten 1 point. 8, we said C. That's worth maximum 3 points. So if we add up our points, we've got 5, 8, 13, 18, 0 plus 3 is 21. Okay, if you scored at least 12 points, which certainly, let's see, 21 points or more, you have complete knowledge of events. Not quite, but we actually just squeaked into 21, right? 5, 10, 13, 18, 19, 20, 21, yeah. So we got the maximum grouping. Okay. If you didn't reveal Final Rest, reveal card 35. If you did reveal it, reveal card 35B. So we did reveal it, so let's do that. Omega Group Journal, 13 May, 1403. Having completed our investigation, we found that the innkeeper, Corbin, was the leader of a criminal ring that robbed and killed guests at the inn. The actual dirty business was taken care of by the farmer's son, while the stable hand assisted by selling the guests' horses. Corbin regularly met with black marketeers by the old tavern ruins near the inn to sell some of the stolen property. It all points to the fact that our contact simply chose the wrong place to wait for us. This was Jonathan's theory, that he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was spotted by the criminals, making them suspicious. Then the farmer's son, Sarek, killed him and dumped him in the ravine. We managed to find the place and recover the papers Lauren had been planning to sell us. And thus our next destination is Rotwood, the mysterious place where a group of experienced agents disappeared on a reconnaissance mission. We have a good idea how to get there, so we can move out immediately. All right, so a criminal ring that robbed and killed guests. It would have made a little more sense if they didn't normally kill guests, they just robbed them. And then if they stumbled upon if our guy stumbled upon them, then they had to kill him. Warren stumbled upon. That would sort of make sense why the guests weren't being killed but robbed on the road, but why Warren was killed. But if they were killing and robbing guests, it felt to me like it was reasonable that they would kill and rob Warren. Okay, then read card 36. Let's see what this says. It says, congratulations on your success in the first scenario. Don't rush to put the cards back into the box. You'll need some of them later. Set the following components aside for the next scenarios. The character cards you chose for the group. Any coin tokens you had at the end of the scenario. So I was right. I did remember reading something that said you keep your coins for the next scenario. So we have 3 left over. Cards 6 and 7. That's the time marker. That's why it goes beyond 6, because you could go a different scenario. Cards with keywords if you have obtained any. Be prepared, the following scenarios will be longer and more complicated than the first one. To better keep track of events and their connections, we recommend writing down key information. The reverse side of this card shows you a part of the world where the current events are taking place. So there was where we were at the Sleepy She-Wolf. There's Rotwood, the place we're looking for, and there's Oldgate. If you're ready, start scenario number 2, the mysterious place. Expected scenario time 3 hours. Did it say what this current one is expected? It's weird that, yeah, okay. I mean, it's a little weird that it's telling us what the next scenario expected time was, but it didn't tell us what this one was. Where was the start of this one? Doesn't say. All right, well, we've finished one of the 3 missions. Why don't we take our 8-minute break and come back and talk about our thoughts on the case. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back with our final thoughts now on Mortum Medieval Detective. I can see Anna has given some thoughts in the chat. We're going to get to those in a second. This was a strange experience, I have to say. I don't think it quite worked. And I think some of the design decisions here are unusual. But before we get into the game, let's talk about some sort of surface level stuff. And I think I agree with Anna a little bit on her comments. So let's start with some good stuff. First of all, the art on this map, these map cards, is absolutely fantastic. And I am a big fan in general of games using these large cards. I mean, this is what I want. I want large cards, not small cards, going the other direction. And so it's the actual cards, working with them, using them, the amount of text they can put on them, that's all a plus from my standpoint. And the idea of a game like Seventh Continent, where you're building a map from cards as you explore, but that the idea that you're trying to solve a mystery rather than have an adventure. If you think about Seventh Continent as having an adventure, well, there's a tiny little bit of mystery. If you're thinking about the idea of a similar game where you're exploring and interacting with things on cards and turning over cards that give you new actions to perform, but focused on the idea of solving a mystery, that's quite compelling as an idea. And I think for me, the most fun part is this idea of exploring and discovering new places you can now go and interact with. That is enjoyable for me. I like that exploration element. I do think the decision not to have a rule book is a misguided one. It makes no sense. And you saw from our playthrough what happens when you try not to have a rule book. Inevitably, weird things happen, and it's not clear how to interpret them. If you think about what's the point of a rule book versus scattering pieces of rules all over the game on different cards? Okay, so what are you going for by not having a rule book? You're hoping that sort of it's attractive to people. Like, you don't have to read rules. We know you don't like reading rules. You just start playing. We'll explain the rules as you go. So you don't have to read the rule book. This is a good game for you. You don't like rule books. That's the advantage. But the first problem is having to put all the rules in little pieces and fit them on a card. I mean, you start to make compromises and cut down rules, and you're like, well, it would be better if we explain this more fully, but we don't want to have to create a whole new card for it and stuff. So we don't. So they start cutting corners and instead have a little FAQ that's in this little sheet here, which did answer some questions for us. So the first cost in not having a rule book is your rules are not as well as explained. But the second cost is that inevitably with games, one reads the rules and then has to go back to them and clarify something. And having in this game to go back and clarify, you're like, what card did we read that rule on? Was it on the back of this one that's face down? Is it in one of these three piles of discards? Is it on the table? Having to hunt around for rules in cards that have been discarded, it doesn't make sense. And there are enough rules to remember that you need to go back and refer to them. And then the other cost is you can't read the rules ahead of time. So you're kind of like, let's get my group together. We'll start playing, and then when we hit a problem, normally with the group, this person would have read the rules first and read them 3 times and knew them all ahead of time so that we don't have to hang up our game, come to a screeching halt, and check the rules. You can't do that with a game like this. I think Anna was agreeing with me, and Anna uses Chronicles of Crime as an example where the game sort of teaches you, but there's also a rule book that you can refer to and read ahead of time. And I think that's the right solution. If you're, as a designer, you love the idea of a game that teaches you as you play, then you do that in addition. You have the rule book, you put everything in there that is okay for the person to read ahead of time, and you make that a reference guide that they can look back in when they get confused, and then you can also teach them the rules as they go. That's the best of both worlds, but trying to get rid of a rule book, bad decision. Okay, again, surface level thing. I think we need to address the idea that this is a box with 3 scenarios and we just played one of them and it felt We purposely took our time. We could have finished this in half the time, and if you were playing with a group, you would finish it very quickly. That feels like a very thin game. Even if the second and third scenarios are substantially longer, that's hard to justify $50 for this in a game that cannot be replayed. That feels like, I generally don't try to comment on do you get your money's worth, because only you know, but that felt like a very thin third or a quarter of a $50 game that you can't replay. I think that's going to be really sit wrong with it. It doesn't sit well with me, and I'm the kind of person that is fine with consumable games that you get a few hours out of. So that is pushing it. Checking in with the chat here. It sounds like Anna basically agrees with most of that. She says, mystery was very thin. Most of the time we're trying to learn the game, understand the mechanics. So this is basically like a prelude case. So one of the three cases in the box, one of them was sort of a throwaway tutorial, which was what this was, kind of felt like. That's a hard sell for a $40, $50 game. John says, overall, I'd say an underwhelming introduction to the world. Could have used more setup and lore, really could have used a rule book. And it says, characters, you have to choose them before you know anything about the game, and now you're stuck with them. Not cool. That's weird. And it says, surface level, didn't like it. Going deeper, didn't like it. Okay, let's talk about the mechanics and the mystery. I mean, it did feel like really quite a thin mystery, where we weren't really rewarded for taking notes, and we really didn't have to scratch our heads and try to figure stuff out. We basically just unfolded. We weren't looking for alibis. We weren't looking for stuff. We just basically, as we moved about this world, exploring the different places, we got told this person's basically involved in this criminal enterprise, this person isn't. And it was very shallow mystery. And I'm going to have to think of a new name for this kind of a game, where it almost seems like the ultimate goal is to construct a game where each group will see a different tiny minority of the leads. So in this game, you can search, raid, or surveil at any of the locations. So here's the raid deck for this game. There's 16 locations. So the search deck, the surveillance deck, and the raid deck have 16 different places or so that you can conduct your things in. So here are the places. This is the things we didn't do. We didn't do any of the raids. We never found a place we raided. So 16 of those. Most of the places we didn't search. Most of the surveillance locations we didn't surveil. And then of the cards and actions of places we could have gone and gone deeper, there's, maybe a third of those. So it's almost as these games, and we've seen a couple of these, Detective is a little bit like this, though nowhere near as dramatic as this, where it seems like the goal is to have lots of different ways that different groups could go down the paths and see a completely different fraction of cards. From my standpoint, I don't get the appeal of that. If a group can only play the game once, why is a designer so focused on saying, I want one group to see one set of cards and another group to see another set of cards and a third group to see another set of cards. So I'm going to triple my work. In this case, is like multiply by 10 the work creating redundant elements of this story told in different ways. It makes it so much harder to balance. And when the choices seem essentially random. You want to search the stable, every single place we could have searched, surveilled, or raided, and most of the time it doesn't feel like there's any real reason to decide. If you raid the smithy, you gain a whole bunch of information. If you raid the landlord's house, you discover the necklace. You raid the stable, you confront the stable guy. They're all different ways you can get information. You probably could get reasonably good information by going on any path down any of these things, which is how these games have to be designed. It means that the actual gameplay of any given group is super short. They only see a tiny minority of it. Rather than having a deep, long game for everyone, each group only sees a tiny fraction. If the decisions you made were moral, or if they were much more punishing for not figuring out the right thing to do, like if at each branch you had 3 choices, and if you were smart, you'd always pick this one, but if you're not smart, you pick the other 2, then you're getting something for creating all these different paths. You're sort of saying the smart people will see a lot more and flesh it out more. The people who miss things will get a lot less. But in these games, it's hard to know what to do. You're always going to turn over something. So that's very odd. It is interesting how the card-based game differs from a paragraph game. If you think about Bureau of Investigation, where at each location in the paragraph book, you could either interview or investigate, which is kind of like talk or search, or talk or surveil. It is interesting how this mechanic differed in that you had a couple of tokens you could use. So on any night, you could only basically search 1 or 2 places. You could only surveil 1 place. That was a more manageable decision. I mean, it doesn't feel like mechanically it really works, but at least it feels like I do prefer the idea that on any given day, you've got only 2 searches you can conduct each day. And so at least you're agonizing over where to spend those 2 searches. But that leads to more complaints, which is just that it's an interesting mechanic that time is passing, and if you want to search or surveil, you have to plan for it, and it happens 3 clock ticks later. But that basically means you don't know how much time anything you do is going to take. Is going to take 1 clock tick, 2 clock ticks. Basically, we were constantly searching and surveilling places we didn't really want to. Why? Because we were afraid we were going to run out of time before we had a chance to do it again. So there's so much chaos and unpredictability that it felt like we weren't really searching and surveilling the places we really wanted to. And this gets back to the idea of control and balance. The fact that you could pick any 3 of these 5 characters to take, right, means if you had picked the warrior with 3 combat, well, he would be totally useless for the case we just played. We never needed it. But you'd have less of these other symbols. So it feels like, as a game designer, why would you do that to yourself? You're making it nearly impossible to balance. You have to make it so that the tokens are really basically irrelevant, because you have to assume that the player's not going to have any of those tokens. Very bizarre thing. And the fiddliness of having to search 3 steps time ahead, and you can't take actions if you're already doing a search there. It's interesting. It did create a couple of interesting points where we were like, well, if we try to search that place, then we can't do the actions on that card. But it did feel a bit like busy work. Like, those were weird, interesting kind of dilemmas to get around, but it never felt like there was a real logic to that. Then there was that weird thing, like if we start a search before we go to sleep, then it ends automatically. It feels like that's a way to cheat the system out of extra time clicks. Weird. I did enjoy the idea that the actions on these cards, like when you flip over a card like the stable, then you get choices of what to do there. I do feel like that's a preferable way of having a more flexible system than Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, you visit a place and you read it. And I do like the idea, whether it's in paragraphs or cards, that it makes sense that the general rule is you want to go to a place, you go and visit and read that paragraph. And then I like the idea that sometimes there are additional options. Do you want to question this person? Do you want to try to raid the house? Do you want to do that? Along those same lines, I wonder if you might have the same suggestion we had for Bureau of Investigation, which is instead of letting the person raid at every possible location and search and surveil at every possible location, maybe it would have made more sense if when you visit the ruins, one of the options is search and surveil. Search or surveil, or conduct a raid. Like maybe it would have been simpler to just have these rare options on those cards, and then if you have the token, you can do it. I don't know. I mean, if you were asking me, I would, as a designer, I would probably say, well, give them, no matter who they pick to play, don't give them character choices. Say on each turn you could do 2 searches, 2 surveillance, 2 force actions. And then on each day, they'll be trying to make agonizing decisions about where are the 2 places we should search, where are the 2 places we should surveil. Give yourself much more control over it. What else? Let's catch back up on with the chat. John Warner says, expectation with the spy, assassin, and thief. I sort of thought we'd be getting into court intrigue in a city. Instead, we were in a small town trying to find an even smaller town. I did not enjoy that at the beginning of the case in bold, it told us to find the location of Rotwood along with the landmarks to get there, then drop that to try to find informant. We ended up just finding the Rotwood location on a document. Yeah, Anna says, I agree with Jonathan. There wasn't a real world here, even a real story. Just a few picture cards, lots of cards that you won't read, but you don't need to. I think there are some good criticisms here that I haven't even touched on in terms of world building and characters. We talk about these kinds of games creating memorable, funny characters that we sort of remember and go back to and have multiple conversations with, and in a fantasy game wanting the world being built to sort of awe us and really make us feel like we're in this different world with different rules and different kinds of creatures. And instead what we got was a very pedestrian scene here in a small village with just people you would find in any small village, a farmhand, a married couple having an affair, and completely forgettable characters. Not a single one was interesting, I don't believe. I don't believe we saw a single interesting person or single interesting location. And for going into this magical world where we're told about there's magic and supernatural, we didn't see any of it. We didn't see any cool, mysterious, artifacts, nothing. The most exciting thing we saw was this guy saying he had an instrument, could have been looked kind of like a lute. It was a lute. He was sitting there playing the lute. He wasn't funny. He wasn't interesting to talk to. So yeah, I think that's a real miss too. I will say this. It almost feels to me like what we've got here, you could almost see as the sort of skeleton bones of a role-playing game. This idea of branching options of places you can go, having different characters with different skills, turning over cards which tell you, unveil a map. It almost feels like what you got here is maybe the building blocks foundation that you could run a role-playing game on top of. That these wouldn't be the rules of a game so much as sort of the substrate upon which a GM would run a role-playing game. Almost like the GM behind the scenes could be picking up these cards to give them some idea. What if the people say to search that thing? They would look at that and they'd say, okay. And then they basically flesh it out and let you take sub-actions. As Jonathan points out, what's propelling us forward, the world is very flat, stakes seem very low. It almost, this is again part of the consequence of like, let's put everything on cards. So let's have the introduction to the game only take up one paragraph. We talk about this sometimes when we talk about these games. If it's a narrative game that's basically appeals to readers, that looks like a book, then the ending should have a narrative reward of a fully fleshed out epilogue. It's very bizarre to get these games that like, here's a game for readers that's mostly about reading, and then when you get to the end, we're just going to say, here's the 3-line wrap up. And the same thing is here. If you've got a game that's really going to appeal to the narrative experience of talking to people, exploring, being in this fantasy Tolkien-esque possible world, then you're shortchanging the characters by not making that an interesting experience. So it sounds like it kind of failed for us on mystery, it failed for us on mechanic, and it failed for us on story. I do think, though, that there's something here in terms of this format. I do think that as critical as we've been, you can kind of taste that this is an interesting design space. And I do think you're sort of mashing up Seventh Continent with Detective, and that's a very intriguing possibility. And maybe with a couple more iterations, the idea of when you play Seventh Continent, this whole table would get filled up with maps and places that are connected, and you would travel, and you get a real sense of traveling. Anna had a really interesting point about how this game, you're never at a place. That's another real sort of clash of thematic, sort of intuitive expectations. This idea that we never are anywhere. We've just got this map. We can go anywhere we want, which is, matches the kind of Sherlock Holmes consulting detective style game where you can go anywhere you want. But it doesn't convey that sense of exploration and being in a place. And here was our entire map, 3 cards. And it's clear it doesn't seem like it's going to build out. So Seventh Continent, you build this giant world, and I think there's something appealing potentially about having a game that's a real mystery where you're exploring this big world and interacting with interesting characters. Something that Seventh Continent kind of pulls off pretty well. In Seventh Continent, there are some mysteries to solve, but you're not piecing together facts and stuff. Jonathan says, I have to think more about the mechanics. My gut reaction is just very neutral. Yeah, I mean, I'm not totally opposed to it. Although, it's really interesting having just come from Razorhurst, which has a resource and skill check system that should have been just as unpleasant, but actually was good. And I think that showed there were a couple things that were happening in Razorhurst, why that resource system worked. First of all, it was much more balanced in terms of the author having control of what resources any group was going to have, and many more ways to mitigate stuff. There was no mitigation here. You were just spending resources. But they were so limited, and it was very hard to know whether they were worth spending, and felt, at least in Razorhurst, we were like, okay, we're having some interaction. We really feel like we want to get the reward of that, so let's choose to spend a lot for that. Here, we spent a resource when we had very few places that we really wanted to spend resources for. So we were more like looking for reasons, places to spend our resources, and they weren't based so much on having a real reason to spend them. It was more like, let's spend them before the game loses them, before we run out of time. And I do feel like this is a more subjective thing. I did feel like the pacing was weird. And maybe that's not a fair thing to say. Like if you came to me and said, look, we've got 10 of these scenarios, the first one's just a tutorial, then I don't think I would complain that this was super short. I did feel like this felt short. Like it felt like the game was telling us you don't have much time. The whole fatigue stuff was very ambiguous and confusing. The game does not tell you in the beginning what the penalty is for staying up late. So you're like, you only have one night to find out. Like you basically are thrown into that scenario saying you're gonna have 2 days, and guess what? The one night you have, there's gonna be some unspoken cost to it in the morning. So you don't know, should we stay up late? Should we go to bed early? And basically, there was no cost. Every hour you could stay up later, you lose an hour of time. So I don't really get that. No event happened really in the morning. I guess when you slept, you got one little extra piece of information on that card. I mean, I like the idea of games breaking up into nights, into acts. There wasn't enough of a dramatic act change that happened, though, here. And I guess as a system, I'm a little bit. This is not a bad system. Like I'd like to see. I'm tempted to see what the next case has to offer. But it certainly wasn't a great experience. But I do think there's potential here. But maybe one of the reasons why there are only 3 cases in this box is because this author had to create 5 different games in each scenario, and you only ever are going to get to play one of them. Very weird choice. And it says, it's a first draft of a game idea. Now work on it for a few months, years, and make an interesting world, interesting characters, easy rules. Don't sell it as a game. I think I would. Anna's saying kind of how I feel. Like, it's not quite ready. It's got real potential, but it's not quite ready. It needs more iterations, more work. And not a week's worth of work, but some substantial work. I do like, though, that the cards have art on them. I mean, I'm not opposed to this modular format of making a game like this. Anna makes a point about the resources. In Razorhurst, you have a huge supply of resources. You spend a couple years slowly dwindling down. Here we have one raid, so it's like this precious resource that we lose if we don't spend it. If you don't go to bed early, you have to throw it out. Yeah, weird. Jonathan says, while I might sound very negative, I'm not really against trying the next case. The story might really pick up. I'm just stressing personally, I think this felt like a very weak introduction. I think that that covers my feelings too. I guess I'm probably a little more negative towards the game, and it's more my desire to have a definitive answer that would make me play a second case. In other words, sometimes you play the first one, you're like, well, I'm neutral, I didn't love it, but I'm curious to see what the next one does and whether it can improve it. Here, I'm not that curious, but I kind of feel like obligated, like we should try the next one to see if it fixes things. See if how much of a practice case the first one was, but I'm not really looking forward to it. John says, I think we're all sort of on the same page. If you're making a narrative game, you should make sure your story has a strong start. And it says, Jonathan, you're very optimistic about the story, but to play it just to see if it's better than this one, and after that, only one left to play it. I think there's the marketing strategy here. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sort of tempted to play the second scenario, but maybe play it a little more quickly. In other words, this game, I feel like we really took our time because we were trying to invest ourselves psychologically into the decisions, which is sort of a trust thing. You're sort of, when you play a game, you're sort of like, it's like going to watch a scary movie where you agree to sort of self-scare yourself to encourage the fear in yourself to get the most out of it. And I feel like when we played this, we tried to get into it as much as possible, to care about it, to treat the decisions as significant as possible. And maybe if we play it again, we won't quite do that. When we come to decisions, we'll just make a decision, although it's easier said than done. But I am tempted to play the second scenario and see. You could imagine that the second scenario was a lot better and a lot longer and more fleshed out, and that the first scenario was just meant to be a tutorial. But then it should have focused more on world building and atmosphere and sort of made us at least care about the world, if not about the mechanics. And the game should have been presented more like, trust us, this first one is not going to excite you, but you'll get you used to the mechanics. So maybe it could have been a gentler introduction to the mechanics and sleep and wake. And but if this is a third of the box, I mean, it says that in other cases will be longer, but still they have to be a lot longer. Anna says, you're right, we should try at least one more to be sure it's a bad game. Well, it sounds like we're all three of us ready to agree to play the next scenario. Maybe we'll play it more quickly and our expectations are low and we won't overly worry the way we did in this one. And maybe we'll do more experimentation. Like maybe we'll do a raid just for the fun of it. Anna says, I'm not very gentle here with this game. I'm sorry. Well, it's true. I've been pretty harsh on it too. You know, it's an interesting dilemma. When we played Razorhurst, we walked into it saying, this is a free print and play game. Our expectations are low. Designer's going to join us. We're going to treat it very gently, kind of like a playtest. And we thought it was an incredible game. And here we've been very harsh on this. And it's a dilemma. You could imagine if you were best friends with the developer and you played this, and the developer was in the chat channel talking, it would completely change your approach to critiquing it. It would be, you would have a very hard time being so harsh. And maybe you would focus much more on the things that worked and the things that were interesting and had potential. And I don't know what the solution to that is. Probably the solution is with most things that different reviewers, different groups are going to feel differently and talk differently based on their mood and their relation to the game and what they want and etc. So you shouldn't take any one reviewer or player's opinion of a game. And maybe the other lesson here is that you can't expect my take on a game to be normalized across the different games, to be calibrated. So the fact that I was given so much praise to Razorhurst and have been so critical of this game doesn't mean that they're objectively this far apart. It sort of means that for this game, we had our critics hat on and we're focused on the problems. And so that this game got a bit of a harsh treatment from us. It still reflects our true thoughts, but if you want a more balanced thing, you might watch a different playthrough, a different group, different reviewer that was more friendly towards it. Jonathan says, I think our reaction is a good cautionary tale about having too generic of a prelude to your narrative game. Yeah, I do think that it's an interesting artistic question about how you make a prelude game. And it's a good cautionary tale about what that has to capture to bring people in. And I think Jonathan and I are probably on the same page in terms of, if the prelude created a very engaging world of characters and places that we cared about and were curious about, we would probably just write off a weak, flat mystery and mechanics as being, well, let's see how it goes. I'm curious to see how this person turns out, or let's find out what we find here. But this game, to miss on both is a real problem. And we're not really invested in this world, and we don't even know who we represent and why we're searching for this informant. So you need a little bit of a punch. You need a little bit of a more intriguing start. And it says, after this game, we go back to Baker Street Irregulars, Dave Neal's box, and play the last 5 cases in that box. I do think that's probably a good decision. Any other final thoughts before we move on? So I guess we're agreed we're going to play the second case in this box. And then we'll decide whether we need to play the third and final one. And I think we should play the second one a little more fast and loose and see what happens. Have a little more fun deciding what to do. Maybe, in most of these deductive mystery games, we view them like, Anna had a good way of describing it when she said she stumbled on the channel and has been playing with us. She said it's nice to play people who play it as if our lives depended on it. So like we feel like we got to make the right decision, or something bad's going to happen. The bad guy will get away. And for the most part, I do think that's true for games. You get what you put out of them, and it pays to play them as if our lives depended on it. But there's a counterweight to that. Occasionally you get a game that we're overthinking, over agonizing about, and maybe we should treat it as a lighter game where we just make more snap decisions about what to do. Don't agonize over not having the right resource or exactly when to go to sleep, and try to sort of enjoy a more streamlined experience. So maybe we'll try that for the next case. Any final thoughts from the channel before we move along? If the designer does happen to watch this, feel free to leave comments in the video to counterpoint some of what we said, or I'll add links to the video if we find other reviews, people who enjoyed it more than we did. Of course, stay tuned to Board Game Geek. There will be reviews coming through of this game, I'm sure. Although you notice on YouTube that the bulk of board game reviewers do not have time for games you have to play multiple times. Like, they're there to churn through reviews, play it once or twice. So a game that takes 3 hours to play that you have to finish the campaign for before you can review, those tend to have much fewer reviews. Final thoughts before we sign off here from Jonathan and Anna. Maybe everyone's given their final thoughts. All right, so with that, thanks for joining us. The next game we play will be the second scenario. I forget what it's called. It'll be a little longer. I'm glad to have Jonathan and Anna join me. You could see why it was a little tricky to do, though. We had to keep switching to the camera angle of the exact card we were looking at, and it was hard to get a larger view of it. Although, in fairness, I don't think we need it. Unlike Seventh Continent, where you really need to understand the spatial layout of stuff, here, not so much. All right, so I'll see you next time.